Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's 72 and clear now. We're headed up to a hot 92 later. Got the forecast for you and traffic, too, coming up in 5 minutes. Investigators know now where the 14-year-old Georgia high school shooter got the gun that he used to allegedly kill his classmates and teachers.
ABC News has learned the gun was a Christmas gift from his father. The teen was previously investigated by law enforcement in May of last year when the FBI says he had possibly threatened to shoot up a middle school. At the time, his father told investigators there were guns in the house, but Colt did not have, quote, unsupervised access, adding his son was being picked on at school.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Now, that dad, Colin Gray, has been arrested and charged with murder as well. Well, if you were hoping to watch the highly anticipated debate between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris next week, it may not be possible. That's because DirecTV and Disney, which is ABC's parent company, are in contract negotiations, and all ABC, Disney, and ESPN channels remain dark for DirecTV subscribers. DirecTV CEO Ray Carpenter suggests that the contract dispute is not going to be settled by next week. Meantime, J.D. Vance took to the campaign trail in border state Arizona last night.
I bring a message from Donald J. Trump. If you were in this country illegally, in 6 months, pack your bags because you're going home.
Democrat Tim Walz, meantime, was out in Pennsylvania claiming that Republicans want to dismantle entitlement programs like Social Security and Medicare.
If you're a billionaire, you don't give a damn about Social Security or Medicare. If you're my mom who has to pay her heat bill and her food with it, it matters a lot.
Market numbers here brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
It was another mixed close for the market, the second in as many days this week. The Dow fell 219 points. The S&P gave up 17, while the Nasdaq rose 43 points. Investors are focused on Friday's employment report, and no doubt about it, the job sector is in an unusual place. If you have a job, you're pretty secure. Layoffs are low, historically speaking. But the pace of hiring has slowed, and landing a job has become a lot harder. We got a glimpse of what we could expect from the government in the ADP report. It showed that private payrolls rose by 99,000 last month, the smallest gain since 2021, and far below estimates. After dozens of restaurant closings and worries we'd never see endless shrimp ever again, Red Lobster says it will soon exit from bankruptcy. A judge approved the casual seafood chain's reorganization plan and is allowing it to move ahead.
Stock futures are on the downside, suggesting that investors are expecting some really bad news in that August jobs report. Make that in the July jobs report. Dow futures are down 123. S&P futures are minus 32 right now, and the Nasdaq futures are down 198 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
5:07, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's morning news along with Johnny B and Joan Jones. We're all here for a Friday, and man, there is so much going on. You know, one of the things I thought was interesting as we were going through Red Eye Radio is a lot of people are talking these days about what is going on with parenting. Have you heard the story? A guy called up and he was talking about all of the reasons why we saw what we saw with the Georgia school shooting. And he talked about, you know, taking God out of the schools, and he talked about the church dissolving and all of these various sociological things, problems with society. And the one thing that he didn't talk about was parenting. And the fact that despite all of the social ills that he had mentioned, the one thing that he did not mention was parenting. And I thought it was interesting because the dude went on like it was a really good 2-minute soliloquy about everything that is wrong with society. But you know what I think? I think that everything that is wrong with society can be fixed with the proper parenting. And for whatever reason, as we went on through the evening, a lot of people called up and, you know, they did say that they agreed with me, which is fine. I don't live for people to agree with me. Clearly, I'm a talk show host, and so that's not exactly requirement number one. But when you look at all of the things that good parenting can solve, and you hear about the family life of the Georgia shooter, I mean, this guy, you want to talk about a train wreck of parents. I mean, he's got a mother who is currently in, it's either like jail or prison, whatever you want to call it. She had warrants in 4 different counties in Georgia. We're talking about, all kinds of crimes, burglary and assault, I think, and some of this other stuff. It's obvious that she let down her son. And you can say the same thing about the father. As a matter of fact, it was clear that the mom and the father of the Georgia shooter, they had clearly a dysfunctional relationship. So mom's in jail. Dad, I don't know what exactly is going on, but you can tell the kind of father he is by the fact that the FBI literally shows up to the house. I know you know this story by now. The FBI shows up to the house and they say, "Sir, we believe that your son has been posting comments on Discord about wanting to shoot up a school." And the dad, as everybody's been reporting, said, "Okay, well, you know what? I don't believe that that's true. And if it is true, that would make me really mad if that's what my son did. But we're going to lock up the guns. We're going to get rid of all the guns. The guns are going to go." But then a couple of months later, he thought it would be a good idea to buy his son a gun for Christmas. And that's what he did. He bought his son for Christmas.
No.
Yeah, he bought his son a gun for Christmas. And he used that gun, of course, to do what he did at that high school in Georgia. Really horrendous story. And so now, as the story goes, of course, he has been arrested as well. The father has been arrested. And I think that deservedly so. John, I need some audio if I could. This is how the story was presented, CBS News.
The GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting here at Appliance High School. Colin is Colt Gray's father that was arrested yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times I said it between, the national and local show, but I mean, I said it many times. This is going down exactly how I predicted it. I knew this was coming. So over the last 24 hours, the kid's family, the family mess, the mess that is this kid's family, has come to light through social media posts. The aunt has been going after the mother. The old social media posts are going up. And it's really ugly. It is clear that this kid came from a dysfunctional family. As fights going on between relatives, again, the mom's in jail. you've got drugs, you've got abuse, nasty, nasty stuff. And so this kid, Cole, grew up in a terrible environment full of what seems to be very dysfunctional adults. But that doesn't excuse what he did. That does not excuse what he did.
Have you read the account in the New York Post about his family's life?
No. What is it? Go ahead.
Very, first of all, it's horrific. The people who lived next door to them at the home that they lived in Georgia prior to the home that they were currently in, the next door neighbor tells CNN, I believe it is, or maybe just the New York Post, that there were so many times that the kids were locked out of the home. The mother would just lock them out of the home, and it was heartbreaking because she could hear the kids banging on the door, screaming, "Mom, Mom, Mom." And she wouldn't let them in. And then the kids would come to her backyard and ask for food. And she said they never had clean clothes on. And she was just devastated by how this went. And then at some point, the mother, with her drug addiction problems and being in and out of jail, she eventually just walked out of the home. She left the kids. So there are other children in this home as well. It's not just Colin, or I'm sorry, the Colt. There's two other kids, I believe.
Yeah, they're younger. They're younger siblings.
Yeah. It just sounds devastating to me. And that nobody, that neighbor, I think she called Child Protective Services a number of times. They said they were always visiting the home. Child Protective Services knew how awful this home life was.
And they didn't do anything.
The parents, the aunt knew how bad it was. She didn't do anything. The family knew how bad the problems were, and they wouldn't help this family.
That is really sad.
It is. It's horrifying.
However, it doesn't excuse what he did.
Agreed.
And I know you're not saying this, but It doesn't excuse what he did.
Agreed.
But, we all have our crap growing up. We do. Now, Clearly that sounds sadly extreme. I do wonder, obviously this kid has a lot of anger, as he should, growing up in a situation like that. When he was, when the SRO came in and told him to drop the weapon and so forth, all he said, "I did it." That's what he said. "I did it." And then they read him his Miranda rights, and as the story goes, he continued to just talk about what he did. He's not hiding what he did at all. And I'm just trying to figure out, okay, so you have a really sucky life, and it's acknowledged. Everybody knows you had a sucky life. But what does killing innocent people do? Like, how does that make it all better?
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand, because now he has destroyed his life, and he may have seen at the time that his life was already, destroyed. Because when you're 14 and you've gone through what he was going through, then you don't see 10, 20, 30, 40 years down the road. You don't see that your life is redeemable, that you can fix your life, that you can get out of there and maybe join the military, go to a trade school, convince another relative to take you in, whatever you need to do. They say that one of the best things that you can do to get out of one of those types of situations is determination and grit. And obviously he went the whole completely other direction.
Well, and thanks to his father for getting this kid a gun when he already showed signs of this type of behavior.
Yeah, it's crazy. That is indicative, though, I would be willing to bet, of the kind of father he was. Just completely lacking in any kind of common sense or parental sensibilities. So it is 5:16, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 5:16 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, these are the charges. Oh, wait, I got to do the weather. Can I just tell you, it has been a rambunctious couple of minutes since I went from the Red Eye radio studio to this studio. I could not get my computer to boot up.
Oh.
And so I'm like, Johnny, help me. This is what was going on.
Of all people to ask.
Yeah.
The guy that knows so much about computers.
It's like, I think I said to you, Johnny, something's wrong in here. And and Joan is like ending her newscast, and I'm like, oh, great. Now she's not long. You know what I mean? It's a joke. Because Joan has been going slightly longer on her newscast than she's supposed to be.
I have
love
a lot
you, Joan.
to say.
I know you do.
Sorry.
No.
And so this newscast where I'm trying to boot up the computer, the one time when you go the exact length that you're supposed to go, Joan, I could have used another minute.
All you have to do is, yell and let me know. I'll talk.
You know what? You're Jane for the rest of the day.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're Dawn the rest of the day.
So for people that missed the back half of the show yesterday, for whatever bizarre reason, just so you know, Joan, I was shame spiraling the entire day for calling you Jane. Not once, but twice. My wife even, I walk in and she looks at me, I kid you not, she said, really, Jane?
She and I are going to be great friends.
Oh, you guys.
Oh, yeah.
She already likes you. She
probably likes you too.
Probably?
Yeah. I'm pretty convinced.
I think at times she thinks I'm okay. And then there's the rest of the time. Anyway, moving right along. 5:18 on Nashville's Morning News on Super. So we're a little discombobulated the first 10 minutes or so of the program, but I think everything is now working. So let's move right along. Talking about, by the way, the father of this kid and the charges that they're bringing him up on.
He is charged with the following: 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. These charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son, Colt, to possess a weapon.
So, I mean, the dad clearly is going to go to jail. And this isn't the first time that a parent has been charged for what their kids have done. There was another kind of a similar story out of Michigan. So we're probably going to be seeing this a lot more. But when you are told by the FBI that your kid has these kinds of thoughts, and then you tell the FBI you're going to put those guns away, you're going to take the guns away, the guns are going to go, and then you get him a gun for Christmas, it's like, what in the world are you thinking? Now, it turns out that the threats were made on a Discord account. That account was linked to an email address that was Cole's email address. It also had a username written in Russian, and the translation of the letters spelled out the name Lanza, referencing Adam Lanza, the perpetrator of the Sandy Hook Elementary School tragedy, of course. And so apparently Cole had an obsession. This kid had an obsession with people that did this kind of thing, whether it's Adam Lanza or he had an obsession also with Columbine and some other shooters as well. So just clearly all the way around, from this kid's upbringing to the fact that he had 2 really dysfunctional parents. There were people just like with the FBI coming in, and they tried to convince the dad, give the dad a heads up that there was something wrong with his kid, to the Child Protective Services previous to them going to Georgia. They didn't do what they probably should have done and taken him out of that home, got him with relatives. There was a lot of opportunities to prevent what happened in Georgia. A lot of opportunities. Hopefully what happens is they look at what happened and they can learn for the next time. Because if there's anything that we know in this country, and school shootings, sadly, very sadly, is that there's always going to be a next time. I wish that wasn't the case. And I hate to sound defeatist, but the reality of the situation is that here in America, we have so many things that are wrong with our community and so many things that are wrong with our society. And all the Democrats want to focus on is guns. And everybody, most of the people who listen to this show and this radio station understand that it's not about the gun. It's about all the other things that we talk about all the time, whether it's the psychotropic drugs, whether it is Of course, bad parenting. I spoke yesterday about how I believe the economy plays a factor in these kinds of things as well, because that means that the parents are unable to focus on helping their kids and rearing their kids and teaching their kids, because they're so focused on trying to make their dollars stretch that they don't have the time to raise their kids right. That is also, in my opinion, a big part of all of this. You could talk about social media as well, and where parents, they are so focused on their own social media that they're not following what their kids are doing on social media. Most of these parents, a lot of parents are divorced. I'm going to say, of course, I'm one of them. And oftentimes these parents are more concerned with their love lives, their new love lives, and their single life than about their kids. I mean, you can hate the messenger all you want, but I'm telling you that these are all very serious issues across our country. So it is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News. And Jonah Jones, what is coming up next?
Well, we'll tell you the gun that was a Christmas gift, and we've got more of the newest information about that Georgia high school shooter. It's coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I do everything from scrubbing cages to asking people for donations to answering the phones and helping facilitate getting animals to the rehab. I'm there on the weekends, up there taking care of animals with the team.
You got a great team there. It's a small team, but a great team that works together. And
Well, I started about 20 years ago. My dear friend Carol Burgess founded Harmony in Fairview.
Okay.
And we decided to reopen it in West Nashville. And we are rocking along. Lots of animals. One of the primary calls that we get are, I found a bird, it's on the ground, what do I do? And in most situations, you should let it alone unless there's an imminent danger to that animal, because the parents are helping it and feeding it, and it just needs a couple of scary days on the ground until it gets back up into flight. What about bunnies, Melody? Can we give advice about bunnies?
The bunnies, they're just the sweetest, most innocent creatures, and we just see the worst things happen to them. Cats, dogs, lawnmowers, weed whackers.
In most cases, if the animals aren't injured, if you can put the rabbits back, that's always better to be with the mother rabbit than to come to us.
All the storms that have been coming through and just destroying nests, and a lot of babies will be found on the ground. Re-nesting is possible and preferable.
You play the video calls and you put the baby near where they found it, and the mama will actually come down and pick it up and then bring it back.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that cool?
Nice.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, did you guys hear the thing that I did on Red Eye Radio, Joan and Johnny, where a lady called up and I said something during the show where, okay, well, when you're 4 years old, you don't really know what you want to be. And a nice lady from Washington, D.C. called up and excoriated me, saying that when you're 4 years old, you can know what you want to be. And a lot of people actually will, at the age of 4, know what they want and accomplish that goal as an adult. So coming up, I'm going to ask you, Joan, and you, Johnny, on this Friday. Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
You know why I say on this Friday? Because this is a far lighter topic. And when you say it's Friday, it allows you to do that because it's typically a lighter topic day.
Oh, I see.
But I'm going to do it during the Gang of Three. So it's actually allowed. So I'm going to ask you, Joan, and you, Johnny, if you wanted to be what you wanted to be when you were really, really, really young, and did you actually accomplish that goal? Also, Joan, were you impressed that the original lead singer of Motley Crue called the Red Eye Radio Show? Did you hear that?
Seriously? I did not hear that.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, actually.
What?
Yeah. Can I just tell you the last...
Are you sure about it?
You dare doubt me.
It could have been somebody, just mocking you or saying
nobody would mock me, the guy
that
just admitted to, tap dancing when I was a kid. My mom made me take tap dancing lessons, so I admitted that. But no.
I want to see a demonstration. I mean, honestly, Johnny, don't you want to see a demonstration?
I would love to see a demonstration.
Come on.
And I love a guy that will call in and say, I lost out to Vince Neil.
I know. That's kind of what I love about. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, Paul Winkler. So who do you trust when it comes to your money? Now, I turned to Paul Winkler years ago. Dan Mandis here. And, a lot of these financial folks, they say different things, but those same people all have something to sell. So, of course, they're pitching their own products, but not Paul Winkler. Paul Winkler is a guy that I trust. I've been working with Paul Winkler for years, and this is somebody who, I got to tell you, he's helped me through some tough times. So he's got 10 offices across Middle Tennessee, no doubt one near you. And with Paul Winkler, this is somebody who is looking out for your best interests, and he's not going to try to sell you something. He's actually going to try to teach you how to relax about money. So call him, 615-851-1950. Get your free consultation, 615-851-1950. You can find him online, paulwinkler.com.
Good morning. It is now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones. On Super Talk 99.7, here's your top stories. The 14-year-old suspect in Wednesday's school shooting in Georgia allegedly received that AR-style gun that he used to carry out the mass shooting at Appliance High School as a Christmas present from his father. The detail first reported by the New York Post.
About the death of another without any kind of intent. I think the probably more accurate subsection for this type of charge is you did a lawful act in an unlawful way. But there's also the question of how a 14-year-old got an AR-15, and that could be another theory of involuntary manslaughter, that you unlawfully gave a gun to a minor.
ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer there talking about the involuntary manslaughter charges the father is facing. Now, the family's former neighbors tell the New York Post that Child Protective Services were called to the Grays home multiple times for child neglect and child abuse. Other news, how safe are the prescription drugs that you take? A new study finds that since the pandemic, nearly 2,000 drug manufacturing facilities are overdue for FDA inspections. David Ridley is a health economist at Duke University.
The failure of the FDA's Office of Pharmaceutical Quality to go out and inspect these establishments is a public health concern.
The study comes after 4 Americans died last year and dozens were blinded from tainted eye drops made in a factory in India. The FDA hasn't said when it expects to complete those overdue inspections. Well, stock futures are being moved this morning by the expectation of the big August jobs report, and it looks like investors are not expecting any good things to come from it. The Dow Jones Industrials futures are down 133 points right now. S&P futures are minus 35, and the Nasdaq futures dropping 218 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 5:33. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. They put new windows in my downstairs basement studio, my bedroom, and my kitchen. They do look great. They are energy efficient as well, which means that I am saving money, not only on the purchases and the install, but also on my energy bills. Now, right now, they've got a great deal for you. You buy 2 windows, you're going to get 2 free and pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. Now, one of their customers, Albert, says great value with Window Nation, great product and outstanding customer service. He highly recommends Window Nation, and so do I. This is, again, my window company. Now, they can install your windows in a day or less, and Window Nation windows come with a lifetime warranty. So remember that great deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of 3. Joan Jones, good morning, Joan.
Hello there.
Johnny B's here as well. Johnny, how are we doing?
All right, man. Good morning, everybody.
All right, very good. So I teased something, so I want to go ahead and get it out of the way immediately.
Getting to know you, getting
So I'm gonna let Johnny go first. So I asked this question during Red Eye Radio because I'm just going to be honest with you. I was tired of talking. Sometimes you need a change of scenery. So I'm glad to be over here now. But I did ask a question, which I never do. But when you were a kid, we all wanted to be something. We all wanted to be a doctor, a lawyer, a musician, whatever it might be. And I'm curious as to how many of us actually accomplished what we wanted to do when we were, 4, 5, 6 years old. So, Johnny, when you were 4, 5, or 6 years old, what did you want to be?
Well, I think it happened when I was 5. The Beatles were on Ed Sullivan.
Yeah.
And I wanted to be Ringo. I thought, man, that's what I want to be. I want to be a drummer. I want to be, because he had his own stage. And he looked cool.
He did have his own stage.
He did. He had his own stage. I thought, man, that's the guy to be right there.
And you know what? You weren't old enough to know how ugly Ringo was.
Ooh, that was rough.
And you really weren't that great of a...
At least he's honest.
You didn't really know much about musicianship, so you didn't really know how not great of a drummer he was.
Man, you're rough on old Ringo, aren't you?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, folks. I don't know if Ringo... I don't know, Joan. Let's ask Joan. Let's ask Joan. Hey, Joan, in your opinion, which of the Beatles, in your opinion, is the best-looking one?
Oh, well, Paul's definitely the best looking.
Okay.
Yeah, all the girls love Paul.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, he had the baby face and he was adorable.
And the more cynical girls love John.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was like the malcontent.
Yeah, and then you had the serious girls or the spiritual girls love George.
Yeah.
And no one was left for Ringo.
Oh, yeah, there was.
Was there?
Yeah, there were girls that liked Ringo.
Listen, if you're Ringo Starr and you get the leftovers of John, Paul, and George,
you're doing okay.
I was going to say,
so.
I think that's okay.
I think so. But anyway, that's and I went through several. I wanted to be at one time I wanted to act in westerns. Always wanted to be a cowboy star.
Yeah.
And then at one point, I thought might want to be a preacher.
Well, we clearly know you didn't become a preacher.
No, I didn't even get close.
Maybe you got close to the preacher's daughter.
Yes, I did, actually.
Did you really? Good for you.
Hubba.
Yeah, babe. That's right.
And then, but you did become a musician. You actually cut a record.
Got 2, actually.
You've got 2 records?
Yeah, I had 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa, I did not know.
One got recommended by Billboard in 1980.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was right above Pat Boone.
So, putting the obvious jokes aside,
sure.
Why don't we ever hear Johnny Bozeman music on the morning show? I would love to play some of your music.
Now, well, there's a reason for that. That record, it's like I tell people if they want to hear it. I said, well, if you want to hear some flats and sharps, yeah, go right ahead. It wasn't perfect.
But you said yesterday, Johnny, that you like music that isn't perfect.
That's true. I do.
I said, remember?
I do like records that are not perfect, as long as it's not me.
I was going to say. Now, Johnny, can I ask, do you feel that way about radio shows? Because if so,
no,
then...
I love it when radio shows have mistakes.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it makes
Boy,
my
are you
day.
in the right place.
Makes me...
Because we all know that I've got more than my fair share of mistakes.
Oh, we all do, Dan.
Oh, goodness.
You said we all do, as in we all know that I make my fair share of mistakes. Is that what you were saying, Johnny?
No, it was not, Dan. I say we all make mistakes on this radio station.
Take things personally, don't you, bud?
He always goes down that dark road.
Yeah.
That's me. That's me.
That's living in Mandisville right there.
I see.
I'm always inside my own head. And let me tell you something, that's a dark place to be sometimes.
You know the most popular saying Dan will say to you? What do they mean by that?
I do. I got to stop that, too.
You do. It's not always about you.
See, you're well loved around here.
I'm sorry, Joan. What's the name of the show?
Getting to know.
Well, actually, it's Nashville's Morning News, but it used to be Dan Mandis Show. But
yes, it did.
Yes, I know. But yeah, I know. But now it's all about Joan. I'm kidding. Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that, Johnny?
I heard
Stabbed
that.
me in the heart.
See, the funny thing is, though, I meant to do it that time.
Yeah.
And it doesn't count if I meant to do it.
Yeah.
So, Joan, what did you want to be when you were 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you end up in this lofty radio gig in Nashville, Tennessee?
Boy, I'll tell you, I like Johnny, I had a number of things that I wanted to do, and I don't think I had, aspirations and life goals at 5. I think that didn't really happen until I was in college to be a psychologist. And I have I dropped out of that so quickly, realizing how crazy that degree is. So there was a psychologist.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a model. I went to modeling school. I'm 5'2". There's just
You went
no
to modeling
way.
school?
I did. Ridiculous.
So can I ask a crazy question?
Getting to know.
So what do they teach you in modeling school? Like, do they actually have you walk with a book on your head?
No, there's no books on the head. They teach you, and in fact, I went to the modeling school that was run by the former Miss New Jersey. Mary, what the heck was her last name? I can't remember her last name now. She was wonderful. And that is
memorable too.
Yeah, clearly. That's where I learned that I had a nice voice. And I think that they were actually just trying to tell me, you're not really tall enough to be a model. They said, Joan, you've got a great voice. You should go use your voice.
Wow.
Yeah. That's where it all started.
Are you not supposed? I didn't know that. You can't be a model if you're 5 foot. What'd you say you are?
2.
Yeah, the models are usually
5'2".
tall.
Yeah, they're usually
Are they?
closing in on 6 foot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at Melania. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, my sister wanted to be a model. And same thing. She's too short.
I had no idea.
It's just like if you're really short, you can't play baseball.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Well, Freddie Patek was fine. So for me, I wanted to be a professional baseball player. Clearly, I didn't make that happen. But Freddie Patek gave me hope. The shortstop for the Kansas City Royals, he was like 5'6". So, but also there's my lack of talent there. But what I wanted to be when I was a kid, and I did share this on Red Eye Radio.
Getting to know you.
I wanted to be a Major League Baseball play-by-play announcer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I would sit there, and I probably told this story on WTN 1,000 times, but I would sit there and I would listen to Vin Scully and Jerry Doggett and Ross Porter call the LA Dodger games, transistor radio under my pillow. Yes, I was that guy. And then I realized that simply wasn't going to happen. But I got into the next best thing, which is talk radio. And here I am. And, so far, so good. I mean, it's a great show, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Of course it is.
Hey, the former lead singer of Motley Crue actually called into the show. So you heard that, Johnny?
Yes, I did.
So if you're just joining us, the original lead singer of Motley Crue before Vince Neil actually called in, and he gave this whole story about how he was for 44 days, he was the original lead singer of Motley Crue before Vince Neil. And then they Pete bested him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they fired him and brought in Vince Neil, and he's been carrying that around ever since. If I had more time with him, I could have really dug into it a little bit, but I didn't have that much time. But I thought it was really interesting, actually. And so for people that may have heard it, I forget what he said his name was, but there are people that called in after he got off the air, and they said, yeah, he there's a whole Rolling Stone article about it. I guess it's in one of the books about Motley Crue. And so I thought, number one, that's really interesting. Number two, boy, you've really fallen from being the singer of Motley Crue to listening to me overnights on the radio. But he sounded like he's a little bitter, but he also seemed like he was a happy person as well. He's still accomplished a lot. And so if I can ever get, Joan, you don't know this, but Johnny and I for years have been trying to get Vince Neil to come on the air with us.
Oh.
And he won't. Do you know who Vince Neil is, Joan?
No.
Boy, you got quiet in here.
Yeah.
So we know that Joan is clearly not a rock and roller.
I'm not.
Vince Neil is the lead singer for Motley Crue.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know who Motley Crue is?
I think they're a band.
That's right.
I don't know if this is going to work, Joan. I'm just going to be honest.
We won't even go down the McMars Road.
Oh my gosh, no.
I would love to have McMars.
Oh, by the way, yesterday
in here.
He ain't coming in.
No.
So yesterday we had some Glenna jerky. And remember that, Joan? And Johnny actually tried it. We were talking about, okay, so who wants to actually try Glenna's doggy jerky? And so Johnny tried it, and he said this will, as he was choking, this will probably be really good for the dog.
Yeah, because it's very bland.
And so I sent Johnny actually a video, Joan, of me feeding Bandit some Glenna jerky.
And he loved it.
He loved it?
Oh,
he
man.
sure did, man.
That tail was wagging, 100 miles an hour.
So Glenna made cookies, like little biscuits for Hazel.
Had
my
cheese in
dog.
them.
And, with cheese in them. Yeah. She scarfed it down so fast.
Really?
Yeah. Glenna's very good at this.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
In fact, I remember when she sold jerky to a gentleman that is a general manager of a grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
And I delivered it to him when I was going to do some shopping. And I had just given it to him, had gone down one aisle, was going up the other aisle, met him, and he was eating out of it. Oh, we're already into it, are we? He goes, I'm halfway through.
Wow.
All right. I don't know if I believe this. 1354 says, hey, Dan, when I was 8, I wanted to be a porn star.
Oh.
And I did 73 movies over his or her career. You guys believe that? An actual porn star listens to this show?
Is her name Debbie?
I don't know, but it's 615, so that's not the Dallas area code.
Okay.
So,
did you get that, Johnny?
Yes,
Debbie does Dallas? You see, Joan and I picked up on that?
Yeah,
whole
sure
thing?
did.
See, I don't know bands, but I know porn. I don't know where that came
Getting
from.
to know you.
I was going to say,
Getting to know.
Okay.
I know nothing of Motley Crue.
Yeah.
But I remember Debbie.
I bet you Motley Crue sang about Debbie a time or two.
Yeah.
I bet they met Debbie.
Oh, interesting.
1350. Did she? What if it's? Is it going to be weird if I ask if you're a man or a woman?
No, go ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to know these things.
We're getting to know you.
A man or woman? I'm asking 1354. That's going to sound a little creepy, probably, but I'm genuinely curious.
Well, they started the creepy.
They did.
Yeah.
Was there anything to be embarrassed about if you're a former porn star?
I would.
You would?
I would be. Well, it depends.
Usually the embarrassment part hits later in life. You think it's really cool now.
Yes.
When you're young. And then later in life, your kids realize what you've done.
Well, in porn stars, if you ever see them, in the latter part of their years,
oh yeah,
they do not look well. It does not. That lifestyle does not. Apparently, is not good for you.
Do you know? I would love to interview this. It's a man.
Oh, it's a man.
So
his name isn't Debbie. That's for sure.
No,
unless he's changed lifestyle.
Is it weird that I want to interview this guy? I'm genuinely curious about the life of a porn star.
Can you make it nice enough that it's
PG?
PG. Thank you. That you can play it on the radio. I think you might dance around the edges too much there.
And especially with conservative audience.
Right.
Probably not. You may want to do that on a podcast.
Yeah, do it on a podcast.
Do you know, I would love to, oh my gosh. Because, they've been on me for 5 years to actually do a podcast.
Oh, really?
My first podcast should be interviewing this guy who used to be a porn star.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
You know what I could do? My podcast could be called
Getting to know you.
Getting to Know You. And I could just interview people.
Yes.
Getting to know people.
Oh, that's a great idea.
That is
if
a
you
great
don't
idea.
do it, will you allow me to take that idea
Go ahead, John.
and run with it?
Knock yourself out.
Okay. I'm not going to interview
I'm
porn
already
stars.
giving you permission because I sure as heck know they're not going to pay me to do it. So you go right on ahead.
Oh.
You get what you pay for, which is nothing.
Yeah, that's a lot of hard. Podcasts are a lot of hard work for a lot of times for nothing.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the pod. Yeah. Ask Joe Rogan,
Yes.
Johnny.
Well, Joe Rogan's a
Yeah.
different story altogether.
He sure is. He sure is. All right. Do we got anything else? Because I think I'm done. And I got to stay on time today.
Well, let's stick a fork in it. We're done.
All right. We are sticking a fork in it. Speaking of which, I would love to talk to that porn star guy. So I'm going to see if.
Oh, my gosh.
What? I didn't do anything.
This is a family radio show.
5:53, not in the 5 o'clock hour. Nobody listens in the 5. 5:53, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we'll tell you what investigators are turning up as they scour the social media of the Georgia school shooter. Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Not this segment. 5:53 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, I am in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard, and Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you. And if you've been thinking about upgrading your backyard and updating it as well, call them, get in touch with them, check out their website, think about what you would want to do in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com. This is a company that can help you. Now, if you do this, if you update and upgrade your backyard, you can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home as well. Now, if you're not quite sure what you want to do, but you know that you need to do something, get a free design consultation from Moon Valley Nurseries. They can also help you with any event that you have coming up. These folks can help you create something amazing. Tell them you heard about them on WTN and Nashville's Morning News. The website, moonvalleynurseries.com. That's moonvalleynurseries.com.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones. Hot today, but there is some relief on the way. We've got the forecast along with traffic in just about 5 minutes. Investigators are digging through the pieces of information that make up the life of 14-year-old Colt Gray to try to understand what made him snap this week.
Associated with the 14-year-old Gray. Several sources familiar with the investigation telling ABC News he appears to have an affinity for mass shooters, posting about prior tragedies and those who carried them out.
That's ABC's Bill Ritter there. The boy's father is now under arrest, too, after investigators determined that Colin Gray gave his son the gun that he used as a Christmas gift. Well, you may remember that James and Jennifer Crumbly were sentenced to prison months ago in connection with a school shooting in Michigan that was carried out by their son. That was the first time parents in the U.S. were convicted for a school shooting committed by their child. A Nashville woman who originally claimed a stranger killed her boyfriend has been arrested for his death. 24-year-old Jayala Hall told police that 23-year-old Brandon Calloway was killed when a man dressed in black fired a shot through the back door of their home in August. Her story didn't add up, though, and police eventually arrested her. Hall has now been charged with his murder. What is happening to Percy Priest Lake? Visitors who go fishing and use that lake for enjoyment tell Channel 4 it's become a dumping ground.
Because this is ridiculous. There's couches, old bed frames, just whatever household product you can think of. They just took it over there instead of taking it to a local dump.
Channel 4 says it's still investigating who's responsible for keeping the lake clean. It may be the responsibility of Tennessee Wildlife Resources. Market Number is brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
August employment numbers to be released today are expected to ease recession worries and raise the chances of a cut in interest rates. Analysts think the report will show 161,000 jobs added last month, up from 114,000 in July. Investors awaiting today's employment report stayed in sell-off mode Thursday. The Dow Jones losing 219 points and finishing at 40,756. The S&P slipped 0.3%, but rising tech shares left the Nasdaq Composite up 0.25%. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has ordered American, Delta, Southwest, and United Airlines to provide detailed data about their frequent flyer programs. Buttigieg is looking for unfair, deceptive, or anti-competitive practices. Despite the rising price of food, housing, and transportation, U.S. consumers plan to spend more this year than last on Halloween costumes, decorations, and candy. Last year's $12.2 billion was an all-time record.
Futures are pointing all down this morning ahead of the opening bell. The Dow futures are minus 143, S&P futures minus 35, NASDAQ futures are falling 220 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Happy Friday to you. September 6th, along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here indeed. There is a lot going on. I want to just jump right to it. The Associated Press has been caught in a lie. Now, I know that will be shocking to each and every one of you that a member of the mainstream media was caught in a lie. But this is really interesting, actually. So there was a quote by J.D. Vance. I want you to listen to this very closely.
I don't like this. I don't like to admit this. I don't like that this is a fact of life. But if you are a psycho and you want to make headlines, you realize that our schools are soft targets. And we have got to bolster security at our schools so that a person who walks through the front door We've got to bolster security so that if a psycho wants to walk through the front door and kill a bunch of children, they're not able to.
So you hear that in its full context, and you know exactly what J.D. Vance is trying to say. He's trying to say that, unfortunately, we can't always control what people are going to do. But what we can do is try to prevent the carnage that we saw in Georgia by doing whatever it is that we need to do. But the Associated Press had this headline regarding J.D. Vance and what you just heard. J.D. Vance says school shootings are a fact of life and calls for better security. You can see that they're missing the context, the entire context of what J.D. Vance was saying. The way that they're putting his context is like J.D. Vance says, school shootings are facts of life. Like he's shrugging his shoulders and he just doesn't care. When in reality, you can hear in his voice that he hates the fact that is a fact here in America today.
I don't like this. I don't like to admit this. I don't like that this is a fact of life. But if you are...
there's a completely different context. And so when the Associated Press got caught with that misleading headline, people started going after the Associated Press big time, and obviously they should. They deserve to be blasted because what they're trying to do is what a lot of the mainstream media try to do, which is you take his words, throw them out of context, present them out of context, you attack J.D. Vance, and then you broaden out, you're also attacking Donald Trump. That's how the media works. Two completely different contexts. But he is correct in both cases, by the way. School shootings are a fact of life. We know that, sadly, for all the reasons that we've been talking about the last couple of days. Mental health crisis, the psychotropic drugs that are being prescribed all across America. As I said in the 5 o'clock hour, and I believe I said yesterday as well, a lack of parenting. I talked about the economy and how the economy and Joe Biden's economy, specifically Bidenomics, has led us down this road where parents are working really, really hard for a lot less because their paycheck is worth a lot less. So now you have parents who are working twice as hard for what they were making when Donald Trump was in office. And so that doesn't give them the amount of time they need to pay attention to their kids. And we could go down the road of social media and all of that. But, here's the thing.
Do you have sinking, sagging, or bouncy floors in?
John, I'm hearing. All right. Here's the thing, is that we can do our best to cope with all of this. But obviously, this time and every time there's a school shooting, all the Democrats want to do is worry about the gun. But the reality is guns are everywhere. That's another thing that J.D. Vance, I don't think he said that yesterday, but that is a fact. Guns are everywhere. And so you start banning them. You know what you're going to do? If you start banning guns, you're actually going to create a black market. And so a guy called up yesterday. We were talking about this yesterday during Red Eye, where a guy said, well, what would Donald Trump specifically do to curb gun violence? And I said he would support the police and not disparage the police like Kamala Harris has done. Remember, one of the big issues that we have in America today is we have a lot of people like Kamala Harris calling to defund the police, disparaging the police at every turn. So that emboldens the criminals, obviously. Donald Trump would support stronger sentencing of criminals. He would support fortifying schools and, yes, armed security in those schools as well, SROs and the like. I don't know if Donald Trump, has he come out and actually said that he would support armed teachers? Because I do. I support armed teachers big time. And again, a better Trump economy would allow parents to spend more time parenting, not less time. And Donald Trump would be supportive of two-way and gun rights to allow people to defend themselves. You know, I talked about this where I said, I'm one of those, you know, for the hate listeners out there, I'm one of those crazy people, one of those just two-way lunatics on the right that has the audacity to say that the answer to gun violence is more guns. And Donald Trump is supportive of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And here's the thing, you can ban guns all you want, but the reality is that they are everywhere. So the best thing that you can do to protect yourself is to become a gun owner yourself and learn how to use it and become as good of a shot as possible, quite frankly, and know when the right time is to actually defend yourself. Because that is critically important. And as you know, I went along my journey here in the last couple of years with the Glock store. So the point of all of this is that as we talk about a number of different things today, this is going to be a topic this weekend, is number one, the Democrats and the media will continue to pound Republicans about how we're all about, you know, guns and we're putting guns over the lives of children. All of that complete and utter bullcrap. And you know that it's bullcrap. And you know what the thing is? They know that it's bullcrap too, but they believe that it is a winning message. I've got a little bit more on this, and you're not going to believe what Kamala Harris said the other day. I've got that audio for you straight ahead as well. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you, Jack. 6:15, partly cloudy, a chance of rain today, a high of 90. Partly cloudy on Saturday, a high of 80. And sunny on Sunday, and a high of 78. 69 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The ultimate case of a lack of self-awareness. Kamala Harris is going to start going after, of all people, Kamala Harris is going to start going after disinformation and extremism on social media. Listen.
The Department of Justice of the United States back in the business of justice. We will double the Civil Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold social media platforms accountable for the hate infiltrating their platforms, because they have a responsibility to help fight against this threat to our democracy. And if you profit off of hate, if you act as a megaphone for misinformation or cyber warfare, if you don't police your platforms, we are going to hold you accountable as a community.
So you know what she's doing, right? She's threatening to go after Twitter. I think she's threatening to go after Twitter, and I think she's threatening to go after perhaps talk radio as well, and people who are on YouTube and they're conservatives and so forth. That's what she is threatening to do. So can somebody please explain to me what she would define as extremism? Can somebody please explain to me what she would define as disinformation or misinformation? Because it is her administration that has been spewing misinformation and disinformation for 3.5 years. The media, the mainstream media that has been so glowing of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris the last 3.5 years, by and large, for the most part, they have also been spewing and being purveyors of misinformation and disinformation for a long time, for years. I mean, a few quick examples that I've been sharing, and this is something that I talk about these topics almost daily in different contexts. But if she's going to talk about misinformation and disinformation, well, let's talk about the crackdown of COVID questions. Like, where did COVID come from? China in the lab. The negative impacts of the lockdowns and vaccine hesitancy. People who threw that down on social media, they were censored. But originally, they were called, misinformationers, people that were posting misinformation and disinformation. You had people actually saying that you wanted to kill people. And here's the thing. It turns out they were right, and you know that. You talk about, and I talk about this often, the Great Barrington Declaration, where Anthony Fauci and his team actually destroyed the reputations of great scientists. And they were calling out the lockdowns. They were talking about the negative impacts on our society, far outweighing the original impacts of COVID itself. And they were called misinformation and disinformation. They were right. So I want to know from Kamala Harris, please tell me, who is going to define what is misinformation and disinformation? Because the reality is the Democrats have been purveyors of misinformation and disinformation since they got into office. They have. They've been spreading it since literally day one. Not only, by the way, of Joe Biden's administration talking about the borders closed and not bothering to report that he clearly was lacking in faculties. We could talk about the laptop from hell, but we could also talk about Donald Trump and when he was in office and all the misinformation that was spread by the mainstream media as well. So when she's out there talking tough and she wants to talk about extremism on social media, she wants to talk about misinformation and all of this other stuff and sending the Department of Justice after you, if you dare question anything that Kamala Harris says, that's what she's talking about. And that's clearly a big problem. And it's kind of funny, too, because when you look at the history of the Democrats over the last, 8 years or so, and the amount of lies that they have told the American people, I mean, I got a great example right now. We all remember this audio bite from yesterday.
You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Since when does the vice president have what sounds like a Southern accent?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So who's right there? Who is the one that is spreading misinformation? Is it Peter Doocy, who is calling, asking the question, when did Kamala Harris suddenly get a Southern accent? And it's Karine Jean-Pierre that is saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Who is spreading misinformation there? It's obviously Karine Jean-Pierre, because she is lying to the American people, because clearly she does know what Peter Doocy is talking about, but she doesn't want to talk about it because it would make Kamala Harris look bad. I mean, it is so obvious. So Kamala Harris and her little comment about extremism, it should scare the living heck out of all of us, because you don't know what she's capable of. Well, I do know what she's capable of. So that is one of the more intriguing sound bites that I picked up here in the last couple of days. 615-737-9986 is the super text line, 615-737-9986. Coming up, we do have, I'm really looking forward to speaking to Matthew Hurt. Got a lot going on there with his commentary, and that is coming up after the news. Going to talk about some new polling that is out this morning. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement cost. They'll deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they're going to pay you less. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they do pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your Royal Review at tkinginsurance.com. 622, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 6:30?
Well, the Georgia school shooter is going to court today, and also a school shooting law in Tennessee is seeing some success. We've got those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. You know, we love diversity here at WTN. No, we really do. Hmm?
You know it. We do.
So this is what my morning's been like. And I kid you not, we were talking about porn stars earlier, and one of the super texters contacted me and said that he was a former porn star. So I'm actually interviewing this guy on the super text line because I find that interesting. That, I mean, not that I would ever want to do that, but just my line of work. Not that anybody's asking, but I thought that was interesting. Now I'm communicating with a preacher. So in one day, I'm talking to a porn star and a preacher.
You're well-rounded.
Yeah,
I'm well-rounded.
Yes.
I appreciate everybody. I'm not judgmental.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know what I asked the movie star? I asked him if it ever got old, you know, doing that whole thing, because he did like 37 movies.
Wow.
He hasn't hit me back on that one yet, but I'm kind of curious. Anyway, moving right along.
What's the preacher have to say?
He hasn't.
The obvious follow-up question to that is, if it did get old, how did you manage? Don't be like Dana Bash and not ask follow-up questions.
There you go.
That's a great point, Joan.
Thank
It is
you.
a great point.
I got a lot of great points. Most of them right at the top of my head.
6:29 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen, fall is on the way. The pumpkin spice takeover has begun. And Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has some great offers. They are your Rude Pro partner. And man, do they have some great deals for you. How about a free Wi-Fi thermostat on qualifying new HVAC systems? You can control your HVAC system from anywhere. How about a free whole home air filtration system with the purchase of 2 or more qualifying HVAC systems, or a new HVAC system replacement for as low as $68 a month. Now, they've also got some plumbing deals as well. The bottom line is, with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they offer amazing ways to help you save money. This is my HVAC and plumbing company, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Remember, when you become a Beehive member, it is the best way to keep your systems in tip-top shape all year long. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Got to turn on the microphone, right, guys? Good morning. It's now 6:30 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and we've got some high heat coming today, but relief is on the way. Stick around for the forecast and traffic still to come. Well, this is the day that the teenage suspect in the mass shooting at his Georgia high school is set to make his first court appearance. ABC's Jim Ryan tells us this hearing will be conducted virtually.
14-year-old Colt Gray has been held at a youth detention center since just after the murder of 4 people at Appliance High School. His father, Colin, also faces charges.
4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children.
Georgia Bureau of Investigation Director Chris Hosey.
These charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son to possess a weapon.
Gray is thought to have given his son the assault-style rifle as a Christmas gift. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Meantime, in Tennessee, a law that made school threats a zero-tolerance offense is showing some success. That law went into effect in July of last year. It has led to fewer threats and more expulsions in the metro Nashville area. MNPS investigated 142 threats and expelled 22 students. In the year before the law went into effect, more than 160 threats were investigated and only 10 students were expelled. Students who are expelled are not allowed back into the school for a year. Developing in East Nashville overnight, 2 juveniles hospitalized after a shooting at the Cobblestone Corners apartment home. The pair were shot in the parking lot, and police say they drove to the home of a family friend for help. Police are looking for the suspects, said to be a group of males who pulled up in a car, shot at the two, and then drove away. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News. Great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking. My friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4. This is the best rate in years. Now, listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower that house payment big time. So whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, they can help you at Loan Pronto. They recently locked in folks at 4.99% APR. And if you're in the process with another lender, you need to stop right now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days, with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments with Loan Pronto. So call them. They can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. 615-499-5780. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. LoanPronto.com. 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit. 637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Friday, September 6th, along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here. Want to welcome into the program Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, always great to have you on as a legal analyst. You're, of course, an attorney, 17 years as a federal prosecutor and overall political analyst as well. Big news yesterday where Hunter Biden pleads guilty to all 9 counts of charges related to his tax evasion trial, including 3 felonies. Now, there's a lot here, so let's just kind of go through all of this. One of the things that I thought was always interesting, of course, is that they tried to get these charges against Hunter Biden so precise so that they wouldn't hook in Joe Biden. And so now he comes in and he's pleaded, guilty to all of these things. And I think part of that was to save Joe Biden and the family embarrassment.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And it is interesting that he did this sort of at the last minute. But the thing that's kind of funny about it is he probably did this to save not only Joe Biden embarrassment, but also to just show what was going on with this family, which is basically maybe more than embarrassing and maybe other things. But the funny thing is, with that prior case that went on in Delaware, the gun case, some of the most embarrassing facts came out in that case where, I think it was Beau Biden's, widow was smoking crack with him and things like that, that it's I don't know why they didn't plead guilty there. That one never made sense to me. I think there's something going on with Hunter just having, a life of never accepting responsibility. It's hard to start accepting responsibility. But I think the overall thing, and I think we've talked about this a few times, he's going to get a pardon. I mean, I would be shocked if Joe Biden doesn't give him a pardon, even though he said he's not. So at the end of the day, he'll still have he'll still continue to live in this world that he's lived in, which has been a pretty nice life for him, where he's had no consequences and lived a life of, luxury beyond what most people would even imagine.
What's interesting is he comes in, and I don't know how much of the play-by-play you're familiar with, but he comes in with his lawyers. Originally, they wanted this Alford plea, I guess that's what you call it, which is basically maintaining your innocence but accepting whatever sentence the judge hands down, but no trial. Well, I guess what happened is the prosecutors, they pushed back on that big time, and so they were going through jury selection because it looked like they were going to have to go to trial. And so Hunter comes back in, and he just decided to plead guilty to all 9 of these charges. And so now I guess the question is, do you think that it was Hunter himself who pushed for this, or was it his attorneys? People are saying one way or the other that it is probably Hunter that just decided, okay, I'm done with all of this.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting move that he came in yesterday. And a couple things that are, from doing this for a long time, it's pretty rare in a federal case for somebody to come in and just surprise the government on day of trial. I certainly had a couple people plea the day of trial, but it would be, you'd get some advance notice from the defense team. Hey, this is my guy changed his mind over the weekend, or we've been talking and he's going to plead. It wouldn't come as a surprise to the government. But what's interesting about this Alford plea, which doesn't seem to make any sense in terms of benefiting Hunter, I mean, part of the reason you plead guilty is to show the court that you're accepting responsibility for your bad conduct and in the hopes of getting more leniency. And the Alford plea is essentially, I'm actually innocent, but I want the consequences of being found guilty. And the Alford plea, just not go too much into it, but it was based on a death penalty case where somebody that was maintaining their innocence still wanted to be found guilty rather than having, and in exchange for the death penalty being removed as a consequence. So there was, some, rational reason for that. But judges hate Alford pleas, and the government doesn't like them either because it's somebody that they essentially want to get the benefits of a guilty plea but not accepting responsibility. So it doesn't really benefit him very much, and it looks pretty bad, that it's just, again, this guy is in a world of just not wanting to accept responsibility. But I don't know who's driving this, because if the lawyers are driving this thing, it seems like it's been a series of missteps every step of the way, other than when they initially had that really good plea agreement. But when that sort of started to unravel, which was like a year and a half ago, they could have still clinged on to that and accepted some terms that were slightly worse for him, meaning not this. There was like this broad immunity provision in that initial plea agreement, which from a year and a half ago, but he would have gotten misdemeanor convictions, and they just sort of threw a tantrum and walked away as opposed to trying to salvage it, at least the way it appeared in the media. So it does seem like if the lawyers are driving this train, it does seem like it's been a series of missteps, because why do you go to trial in that gun case? The evidence was overwhelming, and it just embarrassed him, embarrassed the family. And then this case, it's just everything about it seemed like the evidence was overwhelming. His conduct was egregious. The stuff they were going to get into evidence was, spending, I think it was 6 figures on adult entertainment or something like that. So these things that would have come out that would look so bad for somebody that, he wants people to feel sorry for him because of his, drug problem. But then again, he's not living a hard life for a drug user. He's living, a life of luxury, like a, rock star or professional athlete or something.
Well, and the thing is, he did put out a statement saying that he wanted to spare his family the embarrassment. But I find this interesting. One of the paragraphs, it reads, when it became clear that these prosecutors were focused not on justice, but on dehumanizing me for my actions during my addiction, there was only one path left for me. I mean, that backs up what you were saying, is Hunter Biden wants people to feel sorry for him. He wants people to believe that he is the victim. And I would just say to Hunter Biden, you are the one that dehumanized yourself, sleeping with all of those, prostitutes and the drug abuse and all of that other kind of stuff. It'll be interesting to see what Joe Biden does, because when he said that he would not pardon his son, Hunter Biden, he was running for office. Now we know that he's not running for office. And so, Jonathan Fahey, I believe that you're right. He'll probably just go ahead and pardon Hunter and just let it be, because he has nothing left to lose, quite frankly. He's clearly, obviously, not running for political office again in his life. And the date of the sentencing is December 16th. And so that is going to be after the election, but that's also going to be before, January, 20th, when the next president comes in. So he's going to have the time, if he so chooses, to pardon his son, Hunter. I believe that he will. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on Super Talk 99.7. Got a lot more, but we got to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy with a chance for rain, a high of 90 degrees. Partly cloudy on Saturday, a high of 80, and sunny on Sunday, and a high of 76. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The headline from CBS News, Jonathan Fahey, a judge in Donald Trump's 2020 election case, sides with the special counsel on the next steps after the immunity ruling. This is not great news for Donald Trump. Let's talk about what's going to happen between now and Election Day on this immunity case, because this is something that very possibly could really sting Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting because, this judge knows this case cannot possibly be tried anytime in the near future, and certainly before November, and yet she's refusing just to kind of delay this thing for 60 days at this point, which, in anyone that's practiced, litigated or anything else, a 60-day continuance or something is really nothing in the court system, and particularly Washington, D.C. is not a particularly efficient court system. So, yeah, I do think it gives the special counsel a chance, I really think this last indictment was something that could have waited too, and we've talked about that. But it gives them another chance to file pleadings that just dirty up Donald Trump, talk about his conduct, things like that, and the media will sort of lap them up. And that will be, I don't know how damaging this stuff is, but I suspect for people that haven't decided, it certainly is damaging to Donald Trump. And it's totally unnecessary. And you read some of their pleadings, in this case and the Florida case, they really look a lot more like political documents in a lot of cases, sort of just, almost like they're writing them for the media as opposed to writing them for the court. So I do think that's going to be harmful to Donald Trump. I think this case, like I think you were talking about the other day, I think win or lose on the election, I just see this, this thing probably just goes away ultimately, because if Donald Trump wins, we know it goes away. He can just dismiss it. But if Harris wins, it would seem like a very smart political move and a magnanimous move to just say, hey, let's just get this behind us, unite the country. It would make her look so good and get her presidency off to a phenomenal start. So it just seems like my guess is this case, Mar-a-Lago never, ever regain any traction or never get to any completion. And it just begs the question, is like, why can't DOJ wait? DOJ has a policy about charging people within 60 days of the election, but do it, because of, you don't want to affect elections. But clearly any actions done by the government against Donald Trump are going to potentially affect the election. So they should really, stick to the spirit of that policy and just say, hey, we're going to put it on a pause. We'll have, put a status on for November, a week after November 12th or something like that, and restart things. But it does seem like it gives the opportunity for the special counsel to submit a pleading. But I think ultimately their case will fall apart just on the immunity issue. I just don't think they can weave this thing together. I don't know what their evidence is, but just my understanding of how they would have to try to prove things, I don't know that they get away from official acts of Donald Trump or things that could be considered official acts. And Justice Roberts, just real quick in that opinion, talked about when you're deciding whether or not something's an official act, which would then be immune or presumptively immune, you look to the outer limits of the president's authority. So basically anything that is arguably within his authority as president is an official act and therefore presumptively immune. And I think it's just going to be a very hard for them to sort of thread the needle on this thing.
Well, and it's obvious, I think, what they're trying to do. They're trying to get Donald Trump by keeping this into the media, keeping this in the media, and the media, of course, CNN and a lot of these other places, they'll continue to talk about this and they'll continue to hammer the message because this is what they want to do. Meantime, this is how they're going to try to distract from Kamala Harris. And it's my belief, and I've only got about 90 seconds for this, but it is my belief that Kamala Harris, Train Harris, is going to lose steam. I think it already is, because she's just doing some weird stuff. I mean, Tim Walz, every other day, there's some sort of a lie about, sort of a lie that he is told. Kamala Harris breaks out into the accents the other day. And I think that the more that the American people get to know Kamala Harris, the more bizarre she is, especially, again, when she breaks out into these accents, and that's where they're going to go after Donald Trump. But, here we are in early September, and where do you think specifically Kamala Harris is right now? I know what the polling says, but my gut tells me that she is losing steam. Am I wrong?
That's my guess, too. And you just look at the way, I always watch the way they're acting, because it's a lot of times they have internal, polling that doesn't necessarily reflect what we're seeing in the public polling. So I don't think they're acting very confident in the states they're going to and other things like that. So I think they have to do something, and they can't, I think she's gotten, I think it was 84% positive media coverage. Yep. And even with that, she's, at best, I would say neck and neck, and it seems like Trump is probably, based on historical polling, if the Biden and Hillary Clinton polls, from 2016, 2020 are any reflection, those grossly overstated how well both Biden and Clinton would do in the general. So if those are any similarities to this, she's probably down a little bit. And I think the trick is with her, and everyone knows this, the more you get to know her, the worse she is. Yep. So it's sort of one of these weird things that you can't say, well, let's just go out and campaign more and do more interviews, because she's such a disaster on substance. So it's such a tricky world to say we have to keep hiding her from people, but we have to maybe do something different. And it's like, what's the different thing? And Tim Walz has been, it seems like at this point, my guess is they wish they could have a do-over on that as well. But yeah, what do you do with Kamala Harris? Because she did one interview. What was that with Dana Bash a couple weeks ago or last week?
Yeah.
And it was just at best just flat for her. It certainly didn't do anything helpful, and I think she certainly didn't look like somebody that could be the president of the United States or have a command on the issues, which is really pathetic. And it's also pathetic that she's now hunkering down for 6 days for this debate, just like Joe Biden did for his debate. And it's like, you're debating on topics that are part of your job, and you need 6 days to learn them. It's so pathetic. It's like, what have you done for the last 3.5 years? And also, who's the president and vice president? Because neither one of them seem to have any interest in actually doing their jobs at this point.
All right, Jonathan, have a great weekend. Always great analysis. Thank you very much for joining us, and sure we'll talk next week as well. 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what is coming up in the news at 7?
Well, the Georgia school shooter makes his first court appearance today while investigators are defending past actions. Also, a local high school was the subject of a bomb threat yesterday. We've got those stories coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here at 6:54. Now is the time to call my friends at Cove Generators, because right now they're offering you a free 7-year warranty. That's right, a 7-year warranty for free. That is over $1,000 value if you buy your backup home standby generator from Cove Generators. Plus, they also have great financing options as well. Now, this is your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee, so you can be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. Again, this is where you want to go to buy your next backup home standby generator. And don't forget, you mentioned my name, you do get that free 7-year warranty at $1,000 value. 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311, online, covegenerators.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Good morning. It's now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Currently 67 degrees, but we are headed for a hot day today before a little relief over the weekend. We've got the forecast coming up for you, along with traffic in just a couple of moments. The 14-year-old who is charged with killing 4 people at his Georgia high school this week is making his first court appearance today. It'll be a Zoom call, no in-person appearance for now. ABC's Jim Ryan says the teen's previous encounters with law enforcement are now under scrutiny.
Information from the FBI, a Jackson County sheriff's investigator went to Colt Gray's home to ask about threats posted to the Discord platform. Gray, then 13, denied any involvement.
If the evidence is there, then we would have charged him.
Jackson County Sheriff Janice Mangum tells Atlanta ABC affiliate WSB,
I don't see anything that we could have done more at that time with what we had.
Before leaving his home, the investigator told Gray, quote, I got to take you at your word, and I hope you're being honest with me. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Now, here in Nashville, Pearl Cone High School is opening today as normal, despite a bomb threat that was called in yesterday, just as that school was about to dismiss for the day. Channel 4 talked to people who live nearby.
I heard over their intercom system, they were basically just locked down, potential bomb threat, everybody please evacuate to the football field. And everybody kind of got over there. And next thing you know, within probably a minute or two, cops started pulling up and got out. Some were just in normal cop clothes, some were more heavily armed.
And nothing was found. Investigation, however, in that continues. About 1,000 workers at a General Motors electric vehicle plant in Spring Hill have voted now to join the United Auto Workers Union. Employees at that GM and LG joint-owned plant are getting a big pay raise, too, going from $20 an hour to nearly $28. Battery cell production began at that plant in Spring Hill earlier this year. All eyes are on the Labor Department for its August employment report, which is due out this morning.
The July employment report may not have been a one-off, but it also may have shown the job sector in worse shape than economists believe it is. Experts surveyed by Dow Jones Newswires and the Wall Street Journal are predicting a bounce back of sorts, with 161,000 jobs created in August, up from the 114,000 in July.
But investors don't look like they're expecting anything good here. The Dow Jones futures are down 140. S&P futures are minus 30 right now, and the NASDAQ futures are down 18 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I know for a lot of you folks, the big issue that you're going to vote on, illegal immigration. Here's a headline for you just to get you riled up this morning. From Fox News, ICE has confirmed a previously deported illegal immigrant accused of abusing and chaining up children in his Virginia home. Guy was in this country, unlawfully present, they say. 29-year-old Salvadorian national, according to ICE. And again, every single day, we see these stories over and over and over again. And you know the talking point, right? If you're a conservative, you know that Kamala Harris borders are open border. They said it was closed, blah, blah, blah. I get that. Now, you've been keeping track of this story, and I've been telling you about this story in Aurora, Colorado. Now, remember that a lot of what the media sells you these days is BS and propaganda, right? I mean, we all know that. So one of the interesting things that's been going on about that Aurora apartment building that was taken over by illegal aliens, by Venezuelan gang members, is I had that city councilwoman on, I think about a week ago, and she talked about how horrifying this whole thing has been for the people of Aurora. There are people on the left, a bunch of local media, even some talk show hosts, who have said that this whole thing in Aurora is being exaggerated. And you've got people saying, well, this is just the Republicans and the racist Republicans, and they're trying to politicize illegal immigration. Remember that whole thing? So CBS in Denver got tired of trying to figure out what was really going on there at these various apartment complexes. And so they actually hired an outside independent law firm to figure out what in the world is going on at these apartment complexes in Denver. And are they really being taken over by this drug-selling gang? Well, it turns out that conservatives were right. It is happening, and it's ugly.
With the investigators saying the evidence we have reviewed indicates that gang members are engaging in flagrant trespass violations, assaults and battery, human trafficking, sexual abuse of minors, unlawful firearms possession, extortion, and other criminal activities. The law firm says this is a picture of gang members breaking into a vacant apartment so they could move a Venezuelan family in and then collect rent.
Now, if you watch the video, and I did post this on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show, follow me if you would. They've got video of the apartment, and it is nasty. I mean, there's food everywhere. I think that's feces on the wall. Mattresses are everywhere. It is just, it looks horrible. And yet these, according to this independent law firm, these Venezuelan gang members, they break in and then they start charging people rent.
Guys, this is the room. Hello? All right, so we knocked. This is the room that's essentially been vacated now, and it's an absolute disaster in here. Just a hot mess. Trash everywhere, food. All the rooms are destroyed. Doors busted out. Spray paint. Not quite sure what this is. We've pretty much talked to every single resident here, knocked on all the doors at this apartment complex, but the moment we bring up Tren de Aragua, they stop talking.
Tren de Aragua, that is the gang from Venezuela that we've been talking about taking over. And that proves, that audio bite proves from CBS in Denver that the second you mention that gang, people flee. They shut up, which is exactly what I said a couple of days ago when some guy on the internet was like, yeah, you know, they went to each and every one of them families living in that apartment complex, and they all said, oh, no, this isn't happening. And I said, nobody wants to snitch on the Tren de Aragua because they'll get killed. But this Colorado law firm, basically what they're saying is that this Venezuelan gang actually does have a stranglehold on the apartments, and it's not just one. It's actually several. And it all began back in 2023. They say the evidence we have reviewed indicated that gang members are engaging in trespassing, assaults, battery, human trafficking, all of those things. And so then the question is, okay, well then, why is it that nobody wants to actually report on what's going on? Now, this law firm says that they represent the lender for the Whispering Pines Apartments at 1357 Helena Street. Now, this is different from one of the other apartment complexes that I was talking about. There are several Aurora apartment buildings that have been now taken over by Tren de Aragua. The law firm says it interviewed witnesses and reviewed video from the Whispering Pines for its investigation. And yes, they can confirm that this gang has a stranglehold on the apartment complex and several others. So you hear that story, and this has been an ongoing conversation for, at least several weeks. Did you hear what Chuck Schumer said?
The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants, the dreamers, and all of them, because our ultimate goal is to help the dreamers, but get a path to citizenship for all 11 million or however many undocumented there are here.
It's actually over 20, Chuck. And obviously he says, the dreamers and anybody else. And if any of those media members that were there, they should have raised their hand and said, well, what about Tren de Aguas, whatever they are, the gang members coming in from Venezuela? Do you include them in giving them the citizenship you so desperately want them to have? Because here's the thing. Obviously, what they're trying to do is they're trying to, as we talk about all the time, what they're trying to do is ultimately give them voting rights and give the Democrats more representation in the House of Representatives by bringing in all of these illegal aliens, then putting them in blue cities and states, and then they get, again, more representation in Congress, and eventually they'll get to vote as well. They are putting us all in danger, and they are all selling us out. And so whether it's Chuck Schumer, whether it's Nancy Pelosi, whether it's Kamala Harris, we know what's going on. The question is, do the uninformed, and will the uninformed do what they should do and vote for Donald Trump? By the way, on my video feed, there was a video of Dr. Phil doing what I thought was an incredible interview on illegal immigration, proving that Donald Trump and one of his main talking points is actually the truth. Details straight ahead at 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Partly cloudy with a chance for rain, a high of 90 degrees. Partly cloudy on Saturday, high of 80, and sunny on Sunday, high of 78, stuck at 69 right now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I thought it was funny because on my feed up pops a video of Dr. Phil, and he is interviewing a guy by the name of Victor Avias. And he is a retired supervisory special agent with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And he ran for Congress. I don't know what happened with that. But the bottom line is, Dr. Phil, you know how Donald Trump always talks about how you've got these gang bangers that are being released from prisons and they're flooding our country and all that kind of stuff? So Dr. Phil asked this guy if that was true, because the fact checkers out there say, oh, no, Donald Trump is lying. Well, according to this guy, Donald Trump is not lying, and we're all in danger.
Venezuela, by the way, has the lowest murder rate ever right now. What does that tell you?
Yeah, all the murderers are gone.
They're here.
Yeah. So is it true that they're emptying prisons? I mean, is this Cuba all over again?
This is not a hearsay. There was a memo by DHS last year admitting that, in fact, they knew that Venezuela's government was emptying their prison and rehabilitation centers or drug centers, releasing them on purpose because they knew with instructions to make, if you were going to get out, you're going to make your way to the U.S. That is not, we're not making that up. That's true. It was reported on, and DHS admitted that was happening. And in fact, it has. El Tren de Aragua is heavily present in our country now.
Okay, so you're telling me that DHS has acknowledged that Venezuela, for example, is emptying their prisons and their rehabilitation centers with the understanding you get out if you leave here and go to the United States?
Yes.
And DHS has in writing said, we know that's happening. We know they're coming here. We're processing them in and have no idea where they are.
Correct.
How many people are we talking about?
Millions. In just Venezuela alone.
We're talking about in the last 2 or 3 years, we've had estimated how many people have come across the border.
My estimation, the official number, I think, is about 10 million.
Yeah, it's about 10, 11 million. Yeah, that's the official.
But my personal opinion, I think we're about 15 to 18 million.
I mean, listen, I realize that's a long audio bite, but I mean, that is a minute 25 of rock solid truth. Now, here's the great thing. This is what I love about our media. So, of course, the fact checkers start coming out and saying, no, that's not true. Now, if you think like I do, and you pay attention like I do, which I know that you do, you don't believe the fact checkers. Because you know often enough that the fact checkers themselves need to be fact checked. But here's the bigger issue, and my bigger point, is that whether or not these murderers are being released from prison and they're coming into our country or not, there may be some technicality that we're missing here, but the end result of the open border from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden is that those murderers and those folks that are transporting drugs and trafficking children, all of these things, they're here. Now, whether or not they were released from the prisons, I don't care. If you want to hang your hat on, well, they're not doing that, they actually did this, you knock yourself out. But what we know right now with illegal immigration, that Kamala Harris, who is running to be your president, what she did was open the border and allowed all of these folks in. So now we have the gangs taking over apartment buildings. We have missing children. We have people that have been raped and literally killed by these illegal aliens. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And so the problem that we have now is, as I've been saying all week, is that the uninformed are going to doom us all because they're watching whatever crap they're watching that isn't actually telling the American people the truth. And they're not engaged enough to go find out the truth. And so they'll look at the fact checkers and say, well, Dr. Phil is obviously wrong. Well, Dr. Phil is right, and so is Donald Trump. And so that is just one of those stories where illegal immigration, every time you go online, there's another horrifying story of what they have done to our country. 721 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Good morning. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we'll tell you how the Georgia school shooter got the gun he used to kill 4 people on Wednesday. Also, some road closures coming up this weekend that you will want to know about. We've got those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. At 7:21, the Glock store. Now, listen, you know how much I love the Glock store, right? I mean, it's where I buy my guns, it's where I buy my ammo, and it is where I buy my accessories. All of these things I get at my gun store, the Glock store. It is where I learned to shoot and continue to train. You know, training at the Glock store, it is great because every session is a private lesson in private rooms, not public lanes. They also do parties at the Glock store. Now, during my time at the Glock store, it's been a couple of years now, I've seen bachelor parties going on. I've seen birthday parties and retirements. And yes, they even do corporate team building. Now, parties will include a VIP room with a full kitchen, dedicated shooting rooms with instructors, and shooting activities designed for every level. They also, by the way, include ammo and full auto options. So to get your party started, call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-682-6565. 615-682-6565. They can start planning a customized party just for your needs. This is my place to shoot and party, the Glock store. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. 728, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is Friday, September 6th, and not a day too soon. I got to tell you, there's a fascinating story that I believe that I'm going to be able to get into in the 8 o'clock hour. We have Matthew Hurt coming up at 7:35. Going to talk to him about all things politics. But coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, I want to get to the following stories. Number one, I'm reading, and Joan, what do you think I should do about this? Should I go ahead and read about how absolutely heinous the parents of this kid in Georgia that shot up the school yesterday? Do you think I should read some of the things that his mom and dad are accused of? It's really ugly. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to try to conjure up sympathy for this kid, because everybody has stuff that they grow up with. But this kid dealt with a lot, with a mom that was in and out of jail, very terrible relationship between his parents and his dad, of course, as we've been covering in the news all day, making the tragic, terrible mistake of buying his son a gun for, I guess it was Christmas, and that was the gun that he used to kill 4 people at his school in Georgia. That's the kind of judgment his father had. That was just a couple of months after the FBI said, yeah, there's something wrong with your kid. You better hide the guns. And that's what his father did. That's why he is being charged as well on this Friday morning. So I don't know. What do you think, Joan? Should I get into this or not? I don't want to drum up a bunch of sympathy for this kid.
I agree. However, having it aired in such a way helps for people who are listening to measure it against themselves, or measure it against their neighbors, or measure it against somebody in their family. If you tend to sweep things under the rug, this brings it out in the open for people to understand, hey, that's what's happening over there. Maybe I should get involved with that. That's what I'm doing. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
I really think it helps to throw open the doors on what kind of abuse happened to this kid and how it can affect a kid.
All right, very good. Then I'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour. 7:30 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Listen, we've got an unpredictable election coming up. We've got China, Russia, North Korea, predictably unpredictable. And who knows what's going to happen after November. Now, here's the deal. You have to be prepared no matter what happens, which is why you need to go to preparewithmandis.com and get your emergency food. Now, right now, their Mega 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, it comes with 33 varieties of delicious and filling foods. Right now, you can save $300 at preparewithmandis.com. That's $300 on your Mega 3-month emergency food kit. It's also going to ship fast and free. So be prepared with emergency food. Preparewithmandis.com. Get that $300 off your Mega 3-month emergency food kit. You've got 9 different fruits and vegetables and snacks, plus all of those meals. Preparewithmandis.com and My Patriot Supply. That's preparewithmandis.com.
Good morning. It's now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A hot one today, but we've got some possible storms coming later, and then a cool down. We've got your forecast coming up in just a couple of moments. Well, investigators now know where the 14-year-old Georgia high school shooter got the gun that he used to allegedly kill his classmates and teachers.
ABC News has learned the gun was a Christmas gift from his father. The teen was previously investigated by law enforcement in May of last year when the FBI says he had possibly threatened to shoot up a middle school. At the time, his father told investigators there were guns in the house, but Colt did not have, quote, unsupervised access, adding his son was being picked on at school.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbart reporting. The dad, Colin Gray, has been arrested and charged with murder as well. The teenage shooter will make his first court appearance today. The FBI conducted searches at the homes of 2 of New York City Mayor Eric Adams' closest aides yesterday. First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright and Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Phil Banks' homes were searched by the FBI agents who carried out electronics from both homes. The FBI has also subpoenaed cell phones belonging to the NYPD commissioner and another close advisor to Mayor Adams So far, no charges have been filed. A couple of people have been arrested for the murder of a man at a Smyrna gas station. Police say Harlan Webb was found shot behind the Sicko on North Lowry Street late Wednesday night. Gina Everett says Webb was a regular customer at the gas station store.
That stuff doesn't happen around here. And it was late at night. Usually nobody's out around that time.
Police call this a targeted murder. Well, heads up drivers, this weekend a resurfacing and bridge repair project is going to cause some headaches. Channel 4 tells us that 24 West will be closed from I-40 to I-65 all weekend long. It's the East Loop downtown. All westbound traffic will be detoured to the West Loop to get around the closure. Now, those closures will run from 8 o'clock tonight through 5 a.m. Monday morning. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 734, Dan Mandis here. Mark Spain, real estate. Listen, when the market slows down, Mark Spain can really help you with a guaranteed offer. Now, with that guaranteed offer, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. It is absolutely hassle-free. You know, fall can be a busy time, and trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer, you're going to be on the market, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. And the best part of all of that? There's no stress. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said we had to move fast and we were worried the process would take too long and we'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate gave us an offer in 3 days for even over our asking price. They've got over 12,000 five-star reviews, and you can trust Mark Spain to sell your home fast and for the most money. So call them 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It's markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer would be and start packing.
That stuff doesn't happen around here.
7:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. I'm Dan Mandis, and on the Newsmaker hotline is Matthew Hertz. Matthew, how are you?
Doing great, Dan. It's been a great week, and you're sounding good this morning.
You know, I would absolutely disagree with you on that. It's kind of funny you say that, because I was talking to Johnny off the air, because I just did this whole segment on like the Venezuelans taking over apartment buildings and all this illegal immigration and everything that's going on. And at the end of that, I'm like, oh my Lord. And so I said, good morning. It's like my little joke and my communication to the audience that I know that I just went into the world is ending mode. You know what I mean? But the problem is, Matthew, this is the state of our country right now. So I have to cover this stuff. And there's no way to make it sound happy and fun for a Friday morning show. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I was in Chicago over the weekend, over the Labor Day weekend, and of course some of the headlines suggest that the Venezuelan groups are moving to Chicago as well, and it's a serious concern. You know, our border is unsecured thanks to the Biden-Harris administration. We have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who are streaming across the border. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they're coming from, and they don't get a court date for 4 or 5 or 6 years, and we know that many of them don't return to court for their immigration hearing, and it is chaotic. And every state is now a border state, and every town is a border town, and we have serious issues of crime and health concerns, people who are coming to the country where they don't have the same health standards as we do, right. And it's a serious concern, and American voters are worried about it, and rightfully so.
Well, you say that, but then you look at some of the polling, and Kamala Harris is still doing relatively well. But you talked about Chicago. I read, and I forgot to mention this in that, you know, Our World is Going to Hell segment that I did a few minutes ago. They're also in Dallas. So there is video out there. I don't know if you've seen this, but there is video of a guy, innocent guy, that for whatever reason, no real reason at all, he's beaten up by a pack of these Venezuelans. He's on the ground and they're kicking him and everything else. And so the Dallas police and the local authorities there, they have confirmed that these gangbangers are there as well. So we've got all of these American cities that are just going to be plagued with this kind of thing. And the open border obviously is tied to Kamala Harris. And so as we segue into how can Kamala Harris actually defend these policies, how does she defend these policies? And do you think that the brain trust over there at ABC will actually bring up what has happened in Denver and in Chicago and in Dallas?
Well, Dan, they're indefensible, and this is an opportunity for conservatives to make the case. The Wall Street Journal had an article earlier this week. The headline is Democrats Try to Stop South Texas Swing Toward Trump, and it's based out of Rio Grande City, which is a 97% Hispanic community. And there is a conservative trained by Leadership Institute, where I work full-time, who is running for sheriff. And we are seeing what we see among immigrant populations in the United States, particularly along the border, and in places like Northern Virginia, where there's a large Asian immigrant population, a large Hispanic immigrant population. Those individuals came to this country the legal way, and it is burdensome. I have a pretty good insight into the process to get an H-1B visa or a J-1 visa, and it is burdensome. And the people who have come here to create their American dream or to achieve something impossible in their own nation are very frustrated with this process, and it is an important conversation to have with voters, those who can cast a ballot in November, about what it means to have secure borders and what it means to have safe communities through an immigration process that makes sense. And I don't think that Kamala Harris is going to be able to defend that. I hope next week when she debates Donald Trump that he's able to make a strong case for strong borders, highlighting these instances in Aurora and Chicago and Dallas. But it is an indefensible position, and Americans are seeing it in many of their own communities.
I think, Matthew, the frustrating part for me is I know what her answer is going to be. Her answer is going to be, well, we have a broken immigration system. We're trying to fix it. We have the bipartisan, border protection bill, which we all know was complete and utter BS. But that's going to be her answer. And the moderators are going to let her get away with it. And so it's up to Donald Trump to be concise and incredibly clear about why this is the fault of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. He needs to be able to hit this out of the park, because it is his one chance to try to hold her accountable and present his side of the story to the American people. Because you know what Kamala Harris is going to say? She's going to say that Donald Trump killed the bill by reaching out to the Republican senators and so on and so forth. She does it's like her pat answer. And so my question would be, and I'm going to let you answer after we get back from the traffic, but how confident are you that Donald Trump is going to be able to do that? 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Partly cloudy, a chance for rain, high of 90 today. Partly cloudy on Saturday, a high of 80. Sunny on Sunday, and a high of 78, 69 now at WTN. Matthew Hurt. So how confident are you in Donald Trump being able to do what he needs to do to combat Kamala Harris in this debate?
I'm in a group text with some friends of mine from Murfreesboro, some political friends, and one of them, Steve, made an important point this morning ahead of this debate. If Donald Trump goes through half of the debate and he's on message and he's calm, but Kamala Harris performs better than expected, the bar is pretty low for her, and it's been set pretty low by conservative media. I think that he may get a little more frustrated. And so what Donald Trump has to do at this debate is make the case on these issues, immigration, national security, the economy, concisely. And I think he has to stay on message. And this is something you and I talk about a lot, because the American people want to know what the policy solutions are. They see what the policies are doing in their own communities. And he just has to stay calm and talk about these issues through the lens of the American people. Now, there aren't going to be there's not a live audience.
Right.
And so looking directly into the camera and communicating to the American people will resonate with voters. And this debate will have tens of millions of viewers live, and then so many more in clips and audio segments like what you play and what you will play next week. And he's got a real opportunity, but he has to pull back from sort of the messaging and the style that he's taken on the campaign trail to attack her personally and really speak to these issues.
Well, because the issues are on his side. I mean, there's no other way to say it. The issues are on his side. I want to play you an audio bite. I played this yesterday, and it is a comment from Kamala Harris where she's talking about demilitarizing our schools.
Demilitarizing our schools and taking police officers out of schools.
So that's something that she said, obviously. Then we had the shooting at the Georgia school a couple of days ago. We covered it heavily yesterday and today. But my point is that it was an armed SRO that was able to stop the carnage. And once the armed SRO walked into the building, the gunman put the gun down. And so I guess the question needs to be framed in such a way where they would say to Kamala Harris, do you still believe, given the fact that it was an armed SRO that stopped the carnage in Atlanta, that we need to demilitarize our schools? And I would like to see how she spins that.
The only people who carry firearms in a gun-free zone are people who are intent on breaking the law in the first place.
Yep.
And so, I grew up in Rutherford County schools. We had armed SROs in the high school setting, and those are individuals who we have deputized and trusted to keep the schools safe. It is not out of the question to ensure that those individuals have the resources in the absence of other law-abiding citizens. We see countless stories all of the time where law-abiding, caring citizens who have the training and they are either licensed or certified or they have a concealed carry permit are able to step up in the supermarket, step up in a park setting, step up in a public setting, and stop violence that is inescapable in some segments of our community, but it is especially prevalent in vulnerable communities where the law has said you can't carry a firearm here. When you're looking at a gun-free zone, be it a school zone or anywhere else, the only people who are carrying firearms are people who are already going to break the law. And so it is out of the question to remove tools from those people we have trusted and deputized, law enforcement agents primarily, in a school setting to take their firearms away from them. It is absolutely insane.
So let me ask you, my gut feeling tells me that the sugar high of Kamala Harris coming out of the DNC is over. And I feel like, the weird accents and the refusing to really speak to the media. She's literally, as you know, running from the media now, pretending to be on the phone and so forth. Do you think that she is plateaued and now she's, again, that sugar high is now starting to go down?
Yeah, Kamala Harris is settled post-convention. That bump didn't last too long. And looking at the polling, I'm looking at Nate Silver this morning, and in Pennsylvania, which is the state that I'm going to talk about the most when I call in for the next 8 weeks, is, the Trump line is moving up. He's about 0.7 points down. In Wisconsin, he's starting to move up. And again, one poll doesn't tell us much, but several polls show a trend. And what we're going to look for in the next 8 weeks is when does Kamala Harris peak somewhere? Has she peaked? And when is Donald Trump going to peak? And what we'll see, stepping back from the national polls and looking at individual states, is the trend line up for Donald Trump within the margin of error, but then at what point does he cross over? So if we see at the end of October in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, and Georgia, and Arizona, that Donald Trump is trending up and he's within a 0.1 or 0.2 of Kamala Harris, on November 5th, it is conceivable that he will peak above Kamala Harris, and then we'll see success and victory in some of those states.
All right. Matthew, how can folks find you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right. Very good. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you again next week, I'm sure. 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, speaking of the debate, don't forget, we want a packed house in Mount Juliet. We're going to be there, myself, Chris, Matt, Brian, at Scoreboard, Cedar Creek in Mount Juliet. One of my favorite places, by the way. This place is awesome. We're going to be watching the next presidential debate together, just like we did at the last one. It all happens, of course, as you know, Tuesday, September 10th. Brian's going to broadcast live there beginning at 3 with The Drive, and then we'll watch Trump take on Kamala Harris in that second presidential debate. Details at 997WTN.com. Would love to see you there. The super text line is open, by the way, 615-737-9986. It is 7:52. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we'll tell you what investigators are looking for now after Wednesday's school shooting in Georgia, and who's dumping all the trash at a local lake. Those stories and more at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 7:52. If you need anything for your home, go to my place, DT McCall's. Now, they've been doing business with Middle Tennesseans for 100 years. We call that generational growth because they do it all at DT McCall's. Great value, outstanding merchandise, and terrific customer service. Now, you know that I bought my oven at DT McCall's a while ago, and it was really easy. I went to their website, dtmccalls.com, and I found out what I wanted at the price I wanted to pay. They also deliver for free and haul away the old stuff. This is a great American company, a great Tennessee company that has indoor and outdoor furniture, appliances, kitchen appliances, and all the best brands. Now, financing options are also fair and reasonable at DT McCall's. They know that times are tough right now, so they're going to do what they need to do to give you every opportunity to get what you need. Now, remember, DT McCall's, they have as many of their items made right here in Tennessee as possible because they love Tennessee and they want to keep the dollars local. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lafayette, Lebanon, Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com.
I do everything from scrubbing cages to asking people for donations to answering the phones and helping facilitate getting animals to the rehab. I'm there on the weekends, up there taking care of animals with the team.
You got a great team there. It's a small team, but a great team that works together. And
Well, I started about 20 years ago. My dear friend Carol Burgess founded Harmony in Fairview.
Okay.
And we decided to reopen it in West Nashville. And we are rocking along. Lots of animals. One of the primary calls that we get are, I found a bird that's on the ground, what do I do? And in most situations, you should let it alone unless there's an imminent danger to that animal, because the parents are helping it and feeding it, and it just needs a couple of scary days on the ground until it gets back up into flight. What about bunnies, Melody? Can we give advice about bunnies?
The bunnies, they're just the sweetest, most innocent creatures, and we just see the worst things happen to them. Cats, dogs, lawnmowers, weed whackers.
In most cases, if the animals aren't injured, if you can put the rabbits back, that's always better to be with the mother rabbit than to come to us.
All the storms that have been coming through and just destroying nests, and a lot of babies will be found on the ground. Re-nesting is possible and preferable.
You play the video calls and you put the baby near where they found it, and the mama will actually come down and pick it up and then bring it back.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that cool?
Nice.
$7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You gotta love CNN. They never disappoint. So they're slamming J.D. Vance for saying that school shootings are a fact of life. Now, I explained this to you folks earlier, what they're doing, and I noticed that I have not seen them play the actual audio from what J.D. Vance said. What they're doing is they're taking what he said completely out of context. And so they're blasting J.D. Vance. They're obviously in the volumes down, but I know what they're doing. They're blasting J.D. Vance. They're going after Donald Trump as well. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Hey there, it is not, make that 8 o'clock, rushing the morning here. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking for some hot temps today, and we may see some thunderstorms sweep through later on today as well. Stick around. Weather and traffic is just ahead. Investigators are digging through pieces of information that make up the life of 14-year-old Colt Gray to try to understand what made him snap.
Investigators are now going through social media accounts associated with the 14-year-old Gray. Several sources familiar with the investigation telling ABC News he appears to have an affinity for mass shooters, posting about prior tragedies and those who carried them out.
That's ABC's Bill Ritter reporting. The boy's father is now under arrest after investigators determined Colin Gray gave his son the gun he used as a Christmas gift. Well, you may remember that James and Jennifer Crumbly were sentenced to prison months ago in connection with a school shooting in Michigan that was carried out by their son. That was the first time parents in the U.S. were convicted for a school shooting committed by their child. Other news, a Nashville woman who originally claimed a stranger killed her boyfriend has been arrested for his death. 24-year-old Jayala Hall told police that 23-year-old Brandon Calloway was killed when a man dressed in black fired a shot through the back door of their home in August. But her story didn't add up, and police eventually arrested her. Hall has been charged with murder. What is happening to Percy Priest Lake? Visitors who go fishing and use that lake for enjoyment tell Channel 4 it's become a dumping ground.
Because this is ridiculous. There's couches, old bed frames, just whatever household product you can think of. They just took it over there and started taking it to a local dump.
Channel 4 is still investigating who's responsible for keeping the lake clean. It may be the responsibility of the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Hey, do you have too much nighttime pollution? Well, new research is suggesting that leaving your blinds open at night could increase your risk of Alzheimer's. The study said that the higher outdoor nighttime light, like street lights and neon signs, is linked to a higher prevalence of Alzheimer's, more so than any other risk factor in people under the age of 65. Nighttime pollution was worse, it says, than alcohol abuse, obesity, and depression. Well, the Labor Department reported today that fewer jobs were created in August than expected, and that reflects a slowing labor market. Now, the Fed may use that data to cut interest rates even more than expected, and that's good for the markets. Market Numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We're looking at stock futures now turning on the positive side. They were down, slumping deeply all morning. Dow futures are now up 19 points. S&P futures are plus 4. NASDAQ futures, however, still down 21. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. The Super Text line is very active this morning. Appreciate it. Thank you. 615-737-9986. You know, Joan and Johnny, the more we read about the home life of Colt Gray, the worse it gets. I mean, I'm reading another article on this, the parents of Colt, and I don't want to drum up, as I said earlier in the broadcast, I don't want to drum up any sympathy, but his mother, in particular, was a train wreck. I mean, she has been in and out of jail. She's got all kinds of charges against her in the past. You know, things like aggravated battery and assault. And you were talking earlier, Joan, about before they went to Georgia, before they came to Georgia, some neighbors were talking about what their family was like.
Yeah, I have that article. It's in the New York Post this morning, and it's just another part of Georgia that they lived in. And the next door neighbor said that there were problems right away when they moved in. They have 3 children. They moved into a nice neighborhood, and it ended up that the mom would lock the kids out of the house at night. And the neighbors would hear the kids banging on the back door, screaming for their mother to let them in, crying. And she just wouldn't let them in. They would actually go to the neighbor's house to ask for food. And she said they never had any clean clothes on. And she said, I'm not exaggerating. They never had clean clothes. And that Child Protective Services were there often. And the father was verbally abusive, emotionally abusive with him. Yeah. I feel like I'm not excusing this kid, not for a second, but my goodness, why didn't anybody help him? And the other kids are still either there, I guess, maybe somebody finally helped them and took the other 2 kids.
I do wonder, why is it that Child Protective Services, maybe somebody will do an investigation. But why didn't Child Protective Services do anything? And that's number one. And I think that's obviously perhaps something that's going to be investigated. I mean, if that is the case, then oh my Lord. But number two,
it's the responsibility there. Yeah.
Yeah. The mother, and her name is Marcy, and she has drug use, fraud, domestic violence. They say that she has a rap sheet going back 17 years.
Oof.
And she and the father clearly had a terrible relationship, the husband, because at one point she was not allowed to contact Colt's dad without some sort of third-party mediator. And so that tells you how much of a toxic relationship that they had. She was sentenced to 5 years in jail, banned from having any contact with Colt's father, Colin. She had to pay $1,500 to an Atlanta construction company in restitution because she apparently vandalized some property. So the more that you look at this, I don't even want to call her a mother, but I mean, the biological mother of Colt. I'm not going to say that I understand what he did, because I don't, because we all have our stuff. I've said this 1,000 times now. We all have grown up and, we've got our stuff and we deal with our stuff in different ways. But going in and killing 4 people in cold blood, clearly, I don't care what you went through, that's not the right thing to do.
Well, we all go through it, as you said, Dan. I have somebody that's close to me. I mean, they had the worst father I have ever witnessed in my life, calling his kids mistakes. Mistake number 1, mistake number 2.
Jeez.
Allowed the kids to fight things out. And, I mean, just not a good parent. Some people are just not meant to be parents. And these two definitely fill that bill.
So what do you do in that situation? Like, I've never been in a situation where I've encountered parents so horrifically bad. I never have. But do you call Child Protective Services? Do you just stop hanging out with them? Do you try to reach out to the kids and just say, are you okay?
I wanted to do that yesterday. I was in a Kroger and heard a father in the stall next to me with his young son who was trying to, I guess, learn how to use the potty. And this guy was losing his patience.
Oh,
and it bothered me. Since I just wanted to break in there and go, dude, just let the kid, it's going to take some time. You're going to have some patience. But he was talking so rough to him.
Yeah.
And it just, oh, man.
Well, and that doesn't help the situation either.
No.
I mean, if you want the kid to relax and so he'll do what he needs to do, yelling at him certainly is not recommended potty training.
No. Come on, son. Come on. That's not going to work.
So I guess the question is, and I don't know what the answer is, but number one is that if people are listening right now and you sense that there's maybe something going on with the family, like you, Johnny, do you call the Child Protective Services? I don't know.
That sort of failed him, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
There's also another part of this article says that the aunt, who has been pretty vocal about her nephew, she said that he had been begging for help from everybody around him. Well, if he's begging for help, why didn't anybody around him do something? Obviously, he's got family. The grandfather spoke. The aunt spoke. Why weren't they there to take him in? If he's begging for help, take him in.
Why? Yeah. Why wouldn't she? I mean, I know that she's been vocal because I've been reading her social media posts, and she's a very confrontational kind of woman, but she's passionate because she is horrified at what has happened.
Yeah.
And apparently the sister and Colt's mom, they clearly don't get along. But if he was begging for help, why wouldn't anybody help? And I guess that perhaps is the lesson, if we have a lesson in all of this, is that if some 13, 14-year-old comes to you and they're going through a hard time, I mean, do something. I know that we all, problem with society today, there's so many problems, but we're all kind of siloed. And so we want to we've got our own stuff to deal with. And so when there's something that is going on and we're approached, I mean, a lot of people, I would not, But a lot of people would just, go away, kid, you bother me, and
people
not help.
Have their faces in their phones.
Yes.
So much more than they have them looking out to other people to see what's happening in their world.
Well, we're not even communicating like we used to.
Right.
We're doing it, as Joan just said, through our phones.
Text messages.
And social media.
Yep. By the way, the mother, you know what she did? Just to put a final point on this.
I almost don't want to know, but go ahead.
So she was charged on April 12th. She was charged in connection with a November 4th aggravated battery against a 73-year-old woman, as well as theft and false imprisonment, criminal trespass, and failure to appear. She threw the woman against the wall. Then she taped the 73-year-old woman's hands and feet to keep her from leaving, and broke a bathroom mirror in the woman's home as well. And you've got, charges all over the place. And she's drugs. She's been busted for meth and this kind of thing. So you can't say it enough. And I think we've driven the point home that without reading line for line the rap sheet, that Colt Gray had a terrible, terrible upbringing. And I think clearly what he was doing was, what would you describe what he did? Acting out seems kind of like not serious enough, but he's angry. And this is what he did.
Begging for attention.
And he should not have been given a gun. Man, if you have a child that has mental issues, that is struggling, the last thing you want to do is give them a weapon. Well, and I'm a Second Amendment freak.
Yeah. Well, we're all Second Amendment supporters, right. But the FBI shows up at the house and says, this is what we believe your son may have done. The dad says to the FBI, we're going to get the guns out. I don't believe that this is what my son did, but we're going to get the guns out. And then he gives him a gun for Christmas? I think that tells you the judgment of the father.
The father said, he told police that he wanted to teach his son how to hunt. He thought it might be good for him to get outdoors because he played too many video games and stayed indoors too much.
Well, he probably waited too long to do this. Sounds like.
Yeah.
Probably should have been doing this a lot younger.
Yeah.
Well, what that dad needed to do, and clearly I have no idea anything else about the father, but what the father really needed to do was all he could to rescue his son from that abhorrent woman.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what he needed to do.
Yes.
We're late. 8:16, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you, Jack. At 8:16, partly cloudy today, a chance for rain. A high of 90, partly cloudy on Saturday, high of 80 and sunny on Sunday, and a high of 78. So the super texters are chiming in here, and a lot of people have great points. I think this is one of those topics and one of those issues that people really are going to be talking about. 3005 says, can you take another person's kids? Parents have rights, even to the detriment of their kids. That is true. And to Joan's point, obviously, and to Joan's point, people apparently did the right thing because Child Protective Services, they were called and they left this kid Colt with the mother, apparently, or in the family home that was clearly dysfunctional. And so when you look at the fact that, Child Protective Services, and listen, they fail a lot. And part of the problem with Child Protective Services, at least here in Tennessee, is there's not a place to put the kids. There's not a lot of places to put the kids. And so you take if you're just some stranger, because remember, hindsight is always 20/20. But if you're, a Child Protective Services worker and you make the visit to the house and, the kids are going to be clean and the house is going to be clean because they're coming over and, everything looks normal. Maybe you think something maybe a little askew, but you let the kids stay there because, okay, take them away from the house, but now where are they going to put them? Then they're going to go into, the state custody, and nobody wants that. So I don't know what the right answer is. I know what Colt should not have done. He should not have done what he did, but at the same time, you have the state to me that clearly failed this family, and the state clearly failed this boy. But again, he's going to be charged as an adult at the age of 14. Do we know if Georgia has the death penalty?
Georgia.
Yeah.
I'll look that up.
Yeah, because that's obviously where it happened. So I'm curious if because can anybody stomach sending a 16-year-old to the electric chair or to get, the needle? I mean, can anybody? I think that's going to be a conversation that people have to have.
Capital punishment is legal in the state of Georgia.
All right, so I guess that's the question. I'll ask the super texters. This kid, 14 years old, knowing what he went through, knowing the dysfunction of his parents, knowing that his clothes were never clean. He was locked outside at night with his, 2 younger siblings, and he was asking for help. Nobody would give him the help. And you know how these cases go. You've got, a 14-year-old, and he's charged as an adult, and this was clearly premeditated. It'll go through the courts and all the appeals and everything else. But, are we ready as a nation to say as a, 14 or 15-year-old, once it goes through all the courts, that he should get the death penalty? I don't know. That's a tough one. Johnny, what do you think? Should he get the death penalty? What would you say? I'm having a hard time saying that he should get the death penalty, and I'm a death penalty proponent.
See, I think the death, in this case, no. Even though he did a horrific act, I can't see sending a 14-year-old to death. Plus, it's too many people look at the death penalty as that's a punishment. To me, I don't know why people look at death as punishment. Death is almost an escape.
Yeah.
I mean, I would almost rather see someone, even though we'll pay for it, I would rather see someone stay in prison for the rest of their life and not a country club. I'm talking hard labor.
He's going to go to the hard labor kind. And I don't know, this is going to be one of those cases as it goes through the courts that as we find out more about this guy's history, again, I don't feel sorry for him. He shouldn't have done what he did, and we all go through stuff, and it doesn't matter how bad his upbringing was, it doesn't bring those 4 people back. You've got 4 people who lost their lives. You've got families that are, clearly devastated. You've got generations now that are going to be affected within these families, and you've got all those people that were injured as well. So sadly, it's just one of those stories that it's just bad all the way around. It is 8:21. Can I not find a good news story anywhere on the internet today? Good Lord, Mandis.
It's a dark.
It's like everything sucks. Yeah. I hate this. Joan, find something good.
Okay, are you ready? I've got something good for you.
Sure.
We're going to tell you about some acts of heroism during the massacre at the Georgia high school. All right?
That a girl.
Yeah. A busy day, too, in court for former President Trump. We'll tell you what he's dealing with today. All that coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I just asked Johnny off the air. Am I allowed to say that a girl to Joan? I've already called you Jane, so I'm already calling you the wrong things. But
I'm resilient. I'm okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, very good.
I will not be calling the authorities or the program director.
Well, because, saying that a woman just sounds a little weird, so I'll just keep calling you Jane or Joan. 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News.
I feel so welcome.
You know what? You should. If we were ignoring you, it would be clearly proof that we didn't like you.
That's true.
It was only when people started picking on me around here that I actually felt like I belonged. You got picked on day one.
Yes, she did.
So there you go.
And she gives as good as she gets.
She sure does.
I've been around men. I have worked with men in the radio business my whole life.
Yeah?
Oftentimes being the only woman in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Like now.
How do we compare to the other guys? Are we better or worse?
Oh, you're so much better. I have horror stories.
Well, it's only been a week, so just give it time. 8:20.
I'm counting on that, okay?
8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Some things are just better together. Now, for example, how great would it be if you could get all your favorite streaming apps and internet together? Now, Xfinity can make that happen with Xfinity Stream Saver. When you add Xfinity Stream Saver to your internet, you get Apple TV Plus, Netflix, and Peacock all for one low price. And now through September 22nd, you get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. Plus, you can add the Stream Saver for just $15 a month. That's a whole lot of entertainment for your money, all on the network built for streaming. Find them online. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. Xfinity.com. Call them 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price is subject to change.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 828, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris Hand is in the house, so he'll be joining us for the Gang of Four coming up. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at DT McCall's. Listen, they've been doing business with Middle Tennesseans for 100 years, and I like to call that generational growth because they do it all at DT McCall's. Great value, outstanding merchandise, and terrific customer service. Now, I bought my oven there a while ago, and it was easy. I went to dtmccalls.com. I found what I wanted at the price I wanted to pay. They deliver for free, and yes, they haul away the old stuff. So many reasons to love shopping at DT McCall's. This is a great American company, a great Tennessee company that has indoor and outdoor furniture, kitchen appliances, and all kinds of things with all the best brands. So check them out. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. No doubt one near you. If not, it's worth the drive. Carthage, Cookeville, Lafayette, Lebanon, Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com.
Good morning. It is 8:30 here, and we are expecting some showers perhaps later on this afternoon, and we've got the full forecast coming up for you in just a couple of moments. Traffic also. Investigators are now digging through the pieces of the information that make up the life of 14-year-old Colt Gray, and they're trying to understand what made him snap before he went to his school with a gun on Wednesday.
Investigators are now going through social media accounts associated with the 14-year-old Gray. Several sources familiar with the investigation telling ABC News he appears to have an affinity for mass shooters, posting about prior tragedies and those who carried them out.
ABC's Bill Ritter, the boy's father, now under arrest too after investigators determined that Colin Gray gave his son the gun that he used as a Christmas gift. A Nashville woman who originally claimed that a stranger killed her boyfriend has now been arrested for his death. 24-year-old Jayala Hall told police that 23-year-old Brandon Calloway was killed when a man dressed in black fired a shot through the back door of the home in August. Her story didn't add up, though, and police eventually arrested her. She has been charged with murder. Do you get too much nighttime pollution? Well, there's new research that suggests leaving your blinds open at night could increase your risk of Alzheimer's. And the study said that higher outdoor nighttime light like streetlights and neon signs has been linked to a higher prevalence of Alzheimer's more than any other risk factor for people under the age of 65. Well, the Labor Department this morning reported fewer jobs were created in August, and that reflects a slowing labor market. But the Fed may use that data to cut interest rates more than expected, and that's keeping things aloft here on Wall Street as the stocks opened up this morning. The Dow is currently up about 13 points. The S&P 500 index is up 10. And we've got the NASDAQ up 20 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. I'm so honored to continue working with the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project as they celebrate 10 years of helping and supporting our veterans as they reintegrate into civilian life. Now, a lot of these men and women, they're heroes, and they spent years and multiple deployments in the field of battle after 9/11. They do need to be remembered and celebrated. Now, we have another September 11th coming up. I think it's next week, right? So here in 2024, let's not forget not only that the terrorist attack did happen, of course, back in 2001. We'll never forget that. But all those men and women who served in the years that followed. That's what the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project is all about. Remembering those who served as they come back home and as they make a difference in the lives of American heroes and patriots after many years of serving. We need to support the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. Join me and give today at the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project.org, and never forget.
All right, good morning.
Eight 8:36, Nashville's Morning News. Could you hear that on the air, Johnny?
I sure did.
Okay, so just so everyone's clear, that was not me regurgitating my breakfast. That was me moving the microphone.
That's what they all say.
It's like that commercial we're running. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh
no! That's me, man. It's like, no, Dan, you move the microphone, then you turn it on. But of course, you've got me, and see, now I can't get it to do it. Maybe it wasn't my moving right along. Hi, Chris.
What's up? How are you guys?
I'm good. Johnny's here. Joan's here as well. I have not shanked Joan's name once today, except I did do it once, but it was on purpose.
Okay.
Yes. And it doesn't count when it's on purpose.
Sure.
Right, Jane?
Let's go with that.
All right.
That's right, Don.
So I have a question, and I don't want to delve too deeply into this, but Johnny and I and Chris and I had a great conversation off the air. So I figure we'll spend just a couple of seconds on it, and then we'll move on.
All right.
But this kid, Colt, who did something heinous, we've just spent the last few minutes talking about his home life. I believe that he can be rehabilitated. And I think that he has the ability to be rehabilitated much more than a dude that has a rap sheet from the age of 10. You know what I mean? I don't feel sorry for him, but there's a part of me that is struggling not to. And I'm just being honest, and because I'm always honest, and I'm fighting that impulse to feel sorry for him. But I mean, good Lord, man.
I don't feel sorry for him, but I do believe in redemption, and I think there is a possibility.
Yeah, I think that he can be rehabilitated.
When you look at the background with his mother and his father, it's like, part of me is, I think that they did the right thing in arresting the dad.
Yeah,
like, absolutely.
I
100%. Hold him accountable. But it's hard not to look at the background of this kid and realize he was a broken soul.
Yes.
And it's
very lost.
It's heartbreaking. It is that this is happening in our country, that a kid is dealing with this with these parents, and there's nobody to help him and reach out.
I don't understand how, and we spoke about this earlier, I don't understand how a 13-year-old, 12-year-old kid at the time can go to relatives and go to neighbors, and he's dirty and they're hungry, and he asks for help and nobody helps. Like, how does that happen?
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Well, and you've seen the posts, like the aunt posting all over Facebook. It's like, yeah, it's nice that you're posting on Facebook. But if that was my nephew, I wouldn't have let him go home.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You know,
that's the thing, yeah.
I would have kept him.
Joan, you got anything on this?
Listen, most of us here are Christians, and we believe, in a God of restoration, and I think the kid deserves a second chance. Who are we to not give him that? But I think he does have to serve time. He has to,
agree with that.
He's got to do his punishment and atone for his sins, and then make good on it. He's got a lot of work to do, though.
He's got a hard road ahead.
Hey, he's going to need somebody to help him get there.
Hey, Joan, do you have your last newscast queued up or brought up or something? The one that you did at like 8:30?
Yes.
So can you go through that thing about Alzheimer's and streetlights? Because I was listening to that and I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah. So the story is that you can't, it's called nighttime pollution. So if you leave your blinds open and you live in the city and there's a neon light near you, or there's street lamps and you've got light coming in while you're sleeping, it puts you at a higher risk for Alzheimer's, especially if you are a young person under the age of 65.
All those streetlight people that Journey's saying about, they've now got Alzheimer's?
They all do.
Explains Neil Sean, doesn't it?
And they're all living in San Francisco right now.
Yes. Oh, no, they all fled San Francisco. John and Neil Sean lives here now, apparently, so he's going to come over here and kick your butt.
Come on over, Neil. I'm ready. Bring it. I got friends.
Was that a long way? Was that a long way to go for that joke? Because Joan had to go through the story again, and I'm just lying in wait, to do the joke.
Pounce, yeah.
And I pounced.
Yeah, you did. That's a good way to bring up Journey again.
Yeah, you know what? You can never bring up Journey enough. So Joan, you got anything on Journey?
Do I?
Yeah.
Who's Journey? No, I'm only kidding. I know who Journey is.
Dan loves Journey.
We're supposed to have a trip, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
I'm surprised when they were cleaning out the office that they were able to get the painted Live, Laugh, Journey off the wall.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Joan, you want to retrace our steps from what happened in the 535?
I'm not sure I remember that far back.
Oh, everybody else does. We're going over. Johnny, how did that whole thing play out? So we're talking about bands. Oh, Motley Crue.
Yeah.
We're talking about Motley Crue.
Yeah, you talked to the original singer.
Do you know who Motley Crue is?
Yes.
So on Red Eye last night, listen, Joan didn't.
You didn't know Motley Crue, Joan?
I know Motley Crue.
All right. Usually I'm the one that doesn't know Dan's obscure bands.
So anyway.
Motley Crue's a little less popular in my book than some, Rolling Stones.
Van Halen.
So the original singer of Motley Crue, I was hosting Red Eye, and I'm way too honest right now with people listening, the audience. I am so burned out from all the talking I've done that you know what I resorted to, Chris, last night?
What did you do?
I resorted to what?
You just played Motley Crue for a whole segment?
Motley Crue and Journey.
I'm almost embarrassed of this. But why it happened doesn't matter. I wanted to know what people wanted to be when they were like 4, 5, and 6 years old, and did they become that as an adult? Because I made some stupid comment about how when you're 4, you didn't know, whatever. And some lady called up and said, my son wanted to be a firefighter when he was 4 and he was able to do it, right? So I thought, okay, it's Friday. That gives me an excuse to be stupid. And so, along with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I asked that question of the Red Eye Radio audience. Mm-hmm. And much to my dismay, people actually called and started telling really interesting stories, including the original singer from Motley Crue before Vince Neil.
Really?
He was listening in Los Angeles, and I forget what his name was because I was calling BS, and then some quick Google searches, and I became very familiar with the story very quickly. And so as the story goes, he was the lead singer for Motley Crue for like 44 days. And then Pete bested him. They kicked him out.
No kidding.
Yeah, it was, and it was like, I made the joke, I don't know if it was on the air or off the air, but I made the joke. So you went from the lead singer of Motley Crue to calling me on the radio overnight. How far are you fallen?
And you lost out to Vince Neil.
And you lost out to Vince Neil. You know what, Johnny? Vince Neil lives in Nashville. He can come kick your butt.
Well, come on, Vince. Everybody wants to kick my butt. Get in line.
You know, it's so funny. We were talking about...
Take a number.
We were talking about trying to get Vince Neil onto the show. You know what somebody said on the super text line?
What'd they say?
Promise him pastries.
Well,
that's all it takes.
Well, if you've seen him lately,
Joan, Vince has gained some weight.
Yes, he has.
Oh, okay.
Have you heard of Meatloaf?
Yeah.
He's like 2. No, he's not that bad.
Have you ever heard him sing the national anthem?
No.
It'll hurt your ears.
But what happened at 5:35? I don't even remember. It was so funny. What happened at 5:35? We were talking about bands, and then Joan said, "What was it, Joan, that you said at 5:35?" Johnny and I are talking about bands, and you said something like, "I don't know music, but I know."
No, what happened was you got a super text.
Yeah.
From a guy that worked in an industry.
Oh, he's a porn star.
Porn star.
I don't know music, but I know porn. I asked about Debbie of Debbie
right.
Does Dallas fame.
Yes, and we also said, well, Motley Crue probably knows her.
Chris, I really don't judge me.
Go to church with
it's too late for that.
Do you really?
Let's not tell the pastor.
Well, she'll have a little extra time with Joan this Sunday.
Listen, Joan, it's always good to just go ahead and have those conversations. And
now, Dan, we've got to talk about this because you had Matthew Hurd on, a good friend of ours, great guy.
Right.
Matthew gets on the air and praises you. Says, man, you sound great this morning.
Yes.
Everything. Man, I've just loved the show this morning. Instead of just saying, hey, man, thanks, you start going into why you don't agree with it.
I start arguing with my guest about how bad I sound this morning. And, and here's the thing. Just so people
Matthew, appreciate you calling in. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Hold that thought.
You're right on everything else, but
you
that.
clearly weren't listening in the 5:35 because
I shanked it.
You weren't listening yesterday when I called Joan Jane, were you? Matthew, you're proving yourself to be a Van Gogh listener.
No, the problem was
I'm going to start doing that. Anytime somebody gives me a compliment, I'm going to go full Mandis and be like, let me tell you why you're wrong.
Well, I've got to fess up, too, because there have been times when I've sat in and you'll come in and say, man, you sound great this morning. And I'll go, man, no, last time, no.
No, the problem is, like, I'm having a struggle. I'm on the struggle bus. Now, the reason I'm on the struggle bus is because I'm in morning drive and I realize that, like, everything sucks. Yeah. And this is what I have to cover every morning. And
you're talking about the news.
Yeah, you're talking about the world. It
by
sucks right
everything,
now.
you mean the news.
Yeah, the news.
Okay.
And so it's like I got through the segment at whatever time, which is 7 to 7:25, and I got halfway through the segment and I'm like, God, I sound like the world's ending. But, I mean, honestly, when you're talking about Venezuelan gangs taking over great American cities,
it's really hard to put a positive spin on the Venezuelan gangs taking over apartment complexes.
That's right. Especially like, one I used to live in.
Look for the silver lining, look for the helpers, but it's hard. It's hard with the Venezuelan gangs.
And that's so true. And so and then at the end of the segment, I don't know if you picked up on it, if you were listening, at the end of the segment, I say, good morning. And it's like, because that's my signal to the audience that, yeah, I know. I'll say it for all of us. So.
You're too hard on yourself, man.
It's tough.
It's tough being me. Hey, Chris, you have anything for this segment?
Yeah, I do. So, football season's back.
Yeah.
Mac Mac was out there last night with his new station.
Oh, was he?
Doing Chief stuff.
Oh,
He was in the press box, so I was texting back and forth with him.
He was in the press box?
He was in the press box. The kid's getting the red carpet treatment.
Good for him.
And so he's going to send me a podcast, which I'm excited to listen to. He's doing a new segment I gave him an idea for.
What is it?
Drunk fan recap. So he's going to go out he was going out after the game in the parking lot to get reaction and analysis from the drunkest of fans.
I love that.
Isn't that good?
Too. That's a very good idea.
Just make sure that he edits out all the curse words.
Yeah, exactly. So he's doing that. But then I was like, I found some football stories, which I would have loved to harass him with today when he comes in wearing his holy Chiefs shirt.
Sure.
Fantasy football. Anybody? Do you guys play fantasy football?
No.
I don't either. No, yes, I don't. But
that's an absolute no.
If I did, I would be upset more about this.
Yeah.
ESPN is banning fantasy football teams, but allowing others.
What do you mean others?
Okay, so the team name White Lives Matter, completely banned. Okay?
Yeah.
The team name Hamas Lives Matter, totally allowed.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Swear.
Hamas Lives Matter is allowed, but White Lives Matter is not?
Yep. One is racist. One is okay.
So lefties are mostly involved in fantasy football. That makes a sense because they're involved in fantasy their whole lives.
Yeah, and then if Mac was here, I would ask him about this. So Brittany Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes' wife, has been pretty openly supporting Donald Trump.
Yep.
Last night, Taylor Swift gets to the game, and they've been pretty tight. They've been like friends. They sit next to each other. Last night, they're very far away from each other in the booth.
Yeah.
See, I read, and we talked about this, where Brittany Mahomes liked something that Donald Trump, and all the Swifties were like, oh, what's going to happen? I read that they came up with a pinky promise that they were not going to talk politics, and this wasn't going to impact their friendship. Apparently, they lied.
It could be a bit about, much ado about nothing, though, because Taylor Swift arrived in Taylor Swift fashion late. And so this could be a non-story in that the seats were already taken.
No.
Yeah.
She also was wearing a really sexy outfit last night. I don't know what that signals, but
Taylor Swift was?
Yeah.
You think so?
Did you see it? Did you see it?
Not a fan.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so Joan has just triggered some in the audience.
Uh-oh.
Because I literally got a text from somebody that said, thank you for not bringing up Taylor Swift's attire at the game.
Ooh, whoops.
Well, now I've got to look it up, though. Johnny, you look it up, and we'll.
It's just a lot of denim.
So when's the contract up?
Some stomach
with Kelsey.
I think they said September 28th, right?
Yeah. So it'll probably be October 5th now.
So I'm Googling Taylor Swift outfit last night. And so.
Where are you at on it, Dan?
That's 2 thumbs up for me, man. I'm telling you.
Really?
Yes, that is good looking, Johnny.
Yeah, I have to say.
But see, here's the thing,
she
though.
looks fetching.
I got to think.
I don't agree. I didn't think it was anything.
You're a pretty girl.
I got to think about chicks in denim.
You're in the right town.
Yeah, There's something about a girl in denim.
Yeah, every
woman,
every spring that comes around, they'll be all in denim, just walking up and down the.
I don't know. I disagree. I don't think this looks like you get that anywhere. All right.
Well, yeah, but it's then they put it on.
Yeah,
Right.
but we're talking about the outfit.
Well,
also,
you can't. So
you can't separate who's wearing the outfit from the outfit.
But do you guys think is Taylor Swift that pretty?
Yeah, I think she's pretty.
I think she's cute.
Really? I think she's kind of goofy.
I think.
I'm not being mean.
I think she is goofy.
I just think she has like wonky proportions. Like her arms are really long.
Yeah. Well, that's because she's very thin. She just appears that way.
You know what, Johnny and Joan?
Yes.
Chris is looking at me like, help me.
I'm not looking at you like I don't need help.
You were too. You were like, help me because you keep talking.
I don't think she's that good looking.
Okay.
I just don't.
She's talented.
Now my wife agrees with Chris. I think.
I don't.
I think her talents are not as much about her audio, the singing,
No.
as her marketing. She's an excellent marketer.
And if she's writing the songs that she's singing, they are really well done pop songs.
I will
That's
say
all it
this:
is.
her marketing and just like the style that they do things has been good for years.
Yes.
Since she
Yeah.
was 15, 16, her mother would follow her around at meet and greets and take down notes of like certain program directors from radio stations and jocks and who they
Smart.
are. And then you'd come back around a year later from a tour and they would pull up those notes, obviously, because she'd be like, oh, I remember you from last year. Weren't you wearing that white hat? And she would recall this random information from the last time that they met. And it's
See, that's
smart.
why I don't
it's
think-
smart. She is smart.
That's why I don't think about when we talk about whether or not their relationship was fake. I don't believe that it is because she's always been brutally honest, probably too honest, with her fans. So I don't think that she would betray her fans like that.
I do. If she's that smart about marketing, she's
Yes.
also that smart about making a deal that is completely false and making something of herself in the process.
And it goes on in Hollywood a lot.
Yeah.
All right, so it would appear that, Johnny, you and I are in the wrong as far as how fetching is Taylor Swift. On the hot or not scale, more people believe not. So there you go.
More people believe not?
I'm telling you guys.
Well, Joan, you have to realize our audience.
Yeah, okay.
They have a natural inclination to hate Taylor Swift just because she's Taylor Swift.
Okay.
don't
I
think-
get that.
I think there's liberals that you could point to and be like, they're cute. Not all of them. Not the majority of them.
Name one.
I'm having,
Name
a tough,
one.
I'm having a tough time.
Okay.
Hang on. Don't you, I think, and don't you think that Kamala Harris is pretty? Oh, come on. I think she's
reasonable.
She's a pretty woman.
She's reasonable.
I cannot comment on this. I will tell you, I don't believe that she's pretty. Do you know what I was surprised about? Do you know how tall Kamala Harris is?
She's pretty tall, right?
No, she's 5'2".
She's my height?
Yes.
Get out of here. That makes me so happy.
High heels.
She's 5'2". There you go.
All right.
You know what's so funny, though? I think the best part of this entire show has been Joan asking the three guys if we believe that Kamala Harris is pretty, and not one of us uttered a word.
Yeah. No,
I said reasonable.
Chris chuckled. There was a chuckle.
I looked horrified.
Yeah.
If you go back and look at the cameras, I looked horrified.
Yeah, the way Dan made it seem like I looked at him for help, he actually looked at me for help.
All right, we got to go. What's coming up?
Savannah Hernandez on the show today. Election season begins. Mail-in voting in North Carolina, or does it? Is RFK going to cause a delay? Plus, Biden and green energy, clean energy investments.
All right, 8:57 on WTN.